Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. The time for convening having arrived, the Senate will come to order, please. At this time, I'll ask all unauthorized persons to exit the chamber. It's my pleasure to recognize the distinguished senator from the 6th District.
Good morning, Mr. President. How are you today?
Doing great, sir.
I missed you. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Long
I feel
4 days.
like you're my best good friend. Mr. President, we got a great group of pages here today. Normally from all over the state, but today I think they're all from the senator from the 8th District, or at least a bulk of them. Out of Morrow, Georgia, we have Caitlin Chun. From Homerville, we have Amelia Cox. And the senator from the 8th Son, Alexander Goodman. From Cogdale. From Maynard, Georgia, we got Liliana Henderson. From Homerville, Jasmine Johns. From Grayson, Michael Kendall. From Homerville, Eliza Nipper and J. Lee Pearson. From Buford, Dana Reeves. From Maysville, Dustin Shipley. From Homerville, Aaliyah Smith, Callie Smith, and J.D. Smith. From DuPont, Jocelyn Thomas. Sorry, the senator from the 8th. Help me with my pronunciation. From Rennes, we have Nathan Thomas, and from Morrow, we have Savannah Tran. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here to help us do the people's business in the Georgia State Senate. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
Thank you, Senator from the 6th. Thanks for that distinguished reading and letting us know that all is well with the journal. And nice to have the pages with us this morning. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Let's move on. All senators who have bills or resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. Let's have the first reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Mr. Secretary, read to us this morning.
Senate Bill 339 by Senator Orrick of the 36th and others, a bill to entitle an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 47, the official code of Georgia annotated related to the employees' retirement system of Georgia.
Retirement.
Senate Resolution 391 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on Artificial Intelligence, Digital Currency, and for other purposes.
Banking and financial institutions.
Senate Resolution 393 by Senator Jones of the 22nd and others, a resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on improving family caregiver services and for other
Children
purposes.
and families.
Senate Resolution 398 by Senator James of the 28th and others, a resolution recognizing March 14th, 2025 as Black Midwives Day.
Health and Human Services.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Very good. Let's now have a reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, please.
House Bill 699 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating Board of Elections and
Slogo.
House Bill 701 by Representative Chokas of the 151st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to authorize the assessment
Slogo.
of House Bill 714 by Representative Hitchens of the 161st, a bill to be entitled an act to provide for the creation of
Slogo.
House Bill 719 by Representative Vierta of the 152nd, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to provide for the compensation of the chairperson and members
Slogo.
House Bill 720 by Representative Vierta of the 152nd, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to
Slogo.
House Bill 722 by Representative Stevens, the 164th, and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend an act.
Slogo.
House Bill 724 by Representative Franklin, the 160th, the bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to amend.
And Slogo.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation. Has instructed me to support the same act as the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 197 do pass. House Bill 348 do pass. House Bill 422 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations Local has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 381 do pass. House Bill 608 do pass. House Bill 619 do pass. House Bill 622 do pass. House Bill 640 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation has had under consideration the following legislation has instructed me to report the same act to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 283 do pass by substitute. House Bill 58 do pass by substitute. House Bill 156 do pass. House Bill 164 do
Yes,
pass.
sir.
Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If you would please read bills and resolutions for a second time.
Senate Resolution 323 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others. Senate Study Committee on making Georgia the #1 state for tourism. Create. House Bill 34 by Representative Washburn of 144th. Professional Licensing Boards Continuing Education Tracking Solution to monitor compliance of licenses with applicable continuing education requirements. Establish. House Bill 38 by Representative Martin of the 49th and others. Education Needs-Based Financial Aid Program. Revised definition of eligible student. House Bill 51 by Representative Burchett of 176 and others. Georgia Environmental Finance Authority. Finance and perform certain duties for projects relating to natural gas facilities. Authorized. House Bill 74 by Representative Powell of the 33rd and others. Georgia Lottery for Education Act. Corrected reference. House Bill 78 by Representative Franklin of 168 and others. Employees Retirement System of Georgia. Total percentage of funds invested in alternative investments. Raise limit. House Bill 86 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. Public officials and employees calculating and setting the salaries of certain state officials. Revised provisions. House Bill 105 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others. Public officers and employees increased indemnification award of certain state public school personnel in the event of death. House Bill 111 by Representative Hong of the 103rd and others. Income tax reduced rate of tax. House Bill 112 by Representative McDonald the 3rd of 26 and others. Income tax one-time tax credit for taxpayers who filed returns for both 2023 and 24 taxable years provide. House Bill 137 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others. Contracts increased dollar value of certain public works contracts exempt from provisions relating to retention of contractual payments. House Bill 155 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others. Local government selection and objection to arbitrators. Revised procedures. House Bill 159 by Representative Crowe with 118th and others. Georgia Housing and Finance Authority increase outstanding bond limit. House Bill 161 by Representative Crowe with 118th and others. Georgia Bureau of Investigation authority to issue subpoenas of electric communication records for purposes of investigating certain cyber-enabled threats to life and property. Provide. House Bill 165 by Representative Franklin to 168 and others. Income tax credit business enterprises for leased motor vehicles. Repeal and reserve. House Bill 172 by Representative Huddleston of the 72nd and others. Veterinary education limits on student loan forgiveness program. Provide. House Bill 175 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others. Education employee comprehensive background checks for early care and education programs and Head Start programs. Revised provisions. House Bill 181 by Representative Earhart of the 36th and others. Vital records issuance of certificate of foreign born by the state registrar without a judicial order if certain criteria is satisfied. Provide. House Bill 182 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others. Life insurance excluding or restricting liability for certain deaths occurring while an individual is an active duty service member. Prohibit. House Bill 219 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others. Professions and businesses establish a professional health program to provide for monitoring and rehabilitation of impaired healthcare professionals. Authorized. House Bill 235 by Representative Townsend of the 179th and others. Georgia Supporting Living Donor Educators Act and Act. House Bill 240 by Representative Williams of the 148th and others. Mortgage lenders and brokers prohibit unfair or deceptive practices in consumer transactions related to mortgage trigger lends. House Bill 241 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th and others. Contracts, convenience fees for payment by electronic means. Revised provisions. House Bill 266 by Representative Sains of the 180th and others. Income tax exempt income received as personal compensation for full-time duty in the active military service in the United States. House Bill 270 by Representative Reeves in the 99th and others. Eviction Service and Airplane Evictions Act and Act. House Bill 283, Representative Neal of the 79th and others. Motor vehicles issuance or of a refusal to sign citation. Provide. House Bill 329, Representative Hilton, the 48th and others. Professional and businesses authorize certified nurse practitioners and physician assistants to perform artificial insemination. House Bill 331, Representative Camp of the 135th and others. Animals prohibit transfer of domestic animals and certain locations. House Bill 360 by Representative Estration, the 104th and others. Revenue taxation, rehabilitation of historic structures, revised tax credit. House Bill 377 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. Building and housing, manufactured homes provisions. House Bill 392 by Representative Martin of the 49th and others. Georgia Tax Court, certain events, revised dates. House Bill 398 by Representative Hagan, the 156 and others. Food, drugs, and cosmetics, authorized production and sale of cottage food items with certain exemptions, requirements, and disclosures. House Bill 410 by Representative Deloach, the 167th and others. Insurance Department of Efficiency and the practices provide. House Bill 414 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others. Elections person to include certain non-residents, revised definition. House Bill 416 by Representative Estration, the 104th and others. Local government enterprise zones, revised class of retailer from which fees may be collected. House Bill 426 by Representative Newt of the 40th and others, courts, nonpartisan election of magistrates provide. House Bill 475 by Representative Gamble of 15th and others, income tax credit, film, gambling, and digital production revise the definition. House Bill 483 by Representative Prince of the 132nd and others, crimes and offenses, protections for inspectors of code enforcement provide. House Bill 494 by Representative McLean of the 109th and others, motor vehicles require mopeds to be covered by the form of minimum financial responsibility for accident damages. House Bill 495 by Representative Dickey of the 134th and others, Education Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation repeal. House Bill 506 by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others, social services, Medicaid coverage for tobacco cessant treatments provide. House Bill 511 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others, insurance deductions from taxable income for contributions by taxpayers but to catastrophe savings accounts and interest earned on such accounts provide. House Bill 549 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th and others, peace officers extend time frame for which reimbursement of total training expenses by a subsequent employer may be sought. House Bill 584, Representative Peachtree of the 166 and others, health, reassigned licensing, and oversight of certain treatments and programs for departments of community health, behavioral health, and developmental disabilities. House Bill 586 by Representative Williamson of the 112th and others, revenue taxation, intangible recording tax, revised notes. House Bill 614 by Representative Jones of the 47th and others, local government prohibit use or ignition of consumer fireworks in proximity to certain facilities, housing, equines authorized. House Bill 645 by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others, health, COVID-19 testing and staff members in long-term care facilities, repeal certain provisions. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? I recognize the Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 7th and the 32nd.
The 7th and the 32nd?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Without objection, they are excused. Recognize the Senator from the 23rd.
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 20th.
Without objection, the Senator from the 20th is excused. Recognize the Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 27th and 49th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, those senators are excused. Recognize the Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we excuse the senator from the 42nd for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the Senator from the 42nd is excused. Recognize the Senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse a senator from the 26th.
Without objection, the Senator from the 26th is excused. Any more motions to excuse? Hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator from the 41st.
Thank you. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 40th.
From the 40th. Without objection, Senator from the 40th is excused. It is now time for the morning roll call. Signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for our morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all audible conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 45th to introduce our pastor today and lead us in our pledge. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you would join me in saying pledge allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance. And now the Georgia flag. Good morning, everyone. Excited to have my pastor from First Baptist Church in Buford, Jared Thompson. Jared was here with us last year. I've been a member for about a year and a half now, and as I told y'all last year, at about this time, it was in February, my middle daughter and I had gotten baptized at our church, which was an amazing thing to do, an adventure and experience with my daughter, and seeing what the Lord's doing in her life is simply amazing. Pastor Jared, he's been with our church since 2015, so coming up on 10 years. He studied at the New Orleans Baptist Theology and Seminary. He also got his PhD at Anderson University. And I can't tell you the impact that Jared and his wife has had on our family over the past year and a half, and grateful and honored to have him here with us today. Without further ado, my pastor, Jared Thompson. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to Senator Dixon for having me down here today, and we love their family. I'm grateful to have my wife here with me today. And so I just want to speak to you for a couple of minutes this morning on young David being anointed as king and what we learned from that story in terms of our identity, where it comes from, and as well as what God truly values about us. In 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 6, the Bible says that as Samuel, the prophet Samuel, went to anoint David as king, it says that when they arrived, Samuel saw Eliab and thought, "Surely the Lord's anointed stands here before the Lord." But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." So Samuel saw Eliab, and he immediately thought that this must be God's chosen king for one reason and one reason only. It's because Eliab looked the part. As Samuel looks around the family to whom God has sent him, he for a brief moment relies on his own understanding of what a king should look like. Because in his experience, a king only had one particular appearance. In 1 Samuel chapter 9, we learned that the king before David, who ended up being very disobedient, it says about him that Kish had a son named Saul, as handsome a young man as could be found anywhere in Israel, and he was a head taller than anyone else. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen Braveheart, but William Wallace it's said he was about 6.5 feet tall. So leaders in those days, if you were a tall person, some would say it's still true today. I don't know if it's true today or not, but especially in ancient times, if you were a head taller than everybody else, you had a great opportunity to be a leader. And he assumed that Eliab would be king because the only thing he knew was tall kings. And many times in life, we think that things are the way they are and will always be the way they are because it's all we've ever known. We feel like we can't break free of generational curses. We can't break free of the way things are because that's just the way that they've always been. But I wonder this morning if what's holding us back sometimes is not our circumstances, but it's simply a lack of faith and seeking the face of God through prayer. Now, there's a danger in making decisions in life based on appearances. Remember the oldest sin in the book in Genesis chapter 3 and verse 6, where it says, "When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and she ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it." And so Adam and Eve saw the forbidden fruit and said to themselves, "How can this be wrong? It looks so good." We often do that in our own lives, but Proverbs 14 and verse 12 says that there's a way that appears to be right, but in the end, it leads to death. And the converse of that is found in Proverbs 3 and verse 5, where it says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart. sometimes it's hard to trust with our eyes, isn't it? Sometimes we see our circumstances in front of us, and it doesn't seem that we can trust those, but it says that we can trust in the Lord with all of our heart and lean not on our own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your path straight. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Have you ever known someone who was wise in their own eyes? They thought they were smart, and it was pretty obvious to everyone else that they weren't all that smart, but to them, they really felt that strongly that they were. Well, really being wise in our own eyes is simply another way of saying that I'm blind to myself. And so, he says, don't be wise in your own eyes, fear the Lord and shun evil. This will bring health to your body and nourishment to your bones. And so God says, don't look at his appearance or his height, because God doesn't value what's on the outside nearly as much as what's on the inside. Now, why is that? Well, because what we do flows from who we are. This is why the Scripture says in Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 8, for it is by grace you've been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast. So first of all, he urges us to be saved, not by our works, but by faith in Jesus Christ. And then in verse 10 it says, for we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. So he's not against good works, we just need to view them correctly. In other words, you will not do, and if you take anything away from this, I hope you'll take this, you will not do what God has created you to do until you become who God has created you to become. Because doing flows from being. Action flows from identity. And Samuel saw Eliab and thought he was the one. But God says he doesn't value the outside nearly as much as the inside. And I guess if I could speak to myself this morning, I would caution myself with this. Too many of us are working hard to have the appearance of Eliab when what God really values is the heart of David. And so I'd encourage us this morning to start with the heart. Start with the heart. And the appearance will take care of itself. If we get the heart right, then everything else falls into place. Let me pray for us this morning. Thank you, God, for your word. We thank you this morning that you don't value our appearance as much as you value what's inside. And we thank you for the gift that Christ has given us through his death, burial, and resurrection, so that if we will put our faith and our trust in him and confess him as the Lord and Savior of our lives, God, you will transform our hearts. You will make us a new creation. It's no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And if I can say that about myself in sincerity, then God, the things that I do will flow out of that. They will flow out of him. And may we be people, especially those of us who claim the name of Jesus Christ, may we be people whose actions flow straight from our faith in Christ Jesus. We love you. I pray for this session today. I pray for all of those who represent us in our government. I'm so thankful for the sacrifices that they make. I pray that you would guide them, lead them, direct them, and protect them. And it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
If I could have everyone's attention real quick, please. I could have everyone's attention. We always like to welcome special guests, especially from our congressional delegation. And today we have Congressman, I like to say Dr. Rich McCormick, who is a congressman. And he is a congressman from the 7th Congressional District, and he's doing a wonderful job for us in Washington, D.C. When there's sometimes there's not a lot of good news that comes out of Washington. I can actually say that the work that Dr. Rich McCormick is doing is wonderful work. He's representing his people in District 7 very well. He's got a very decorated past. He's from his educational to his military service to his public service now as an elected official. It's really a great pleasure to have him down here today. And if y'all could give him your attention, and let's give him a warm welcome here, Dr. Rich McCormick.
It's great to be here with my fellow Georgians. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. Last time I had a public speech that made a lot of news. I think there are 4 news cameras and about 1,000 people. So this is kind of actually a smaller group than I'm used to. I want to recognize Doc over here and Sean, 2 great friends from the franchise developers and just fantastic people in general. I want to say especially thank you to my state legislators who do the heavy lifting. It used to be at one time in life that 2/3 of all government spending was at the state level, the way it was supposed to be, where states were empowered over the federal government. Now, that's all flipped. We have a bipartisan problem right now. Quite frankly, I remember when I was a popular guy. For those of you guys who don't know, I was a Marine pilot. Don't mean to brag, I could fly helicopters. It's kind of cool. Then I became an ER doctor. Everybody likes ER doctors. Everybody likes Marines. Everybody likes youth ministers. But then you go into politics. I'm sure you guys can probably identify by as soon as you put a D or an R next to your name, about half of America hates you instantly. And to top that off, they make you wear a tie, which is just incredibly painful for a guy who's worn scrubs or a flight suit all my life, basically pajamas all my life. Now they make me wear a tie. But we are witnessing history. And we do have something we need to tackle together as an American people, something that started not from one party, but from both parties. Something in 2004 that you saw this huge acceleration in government spending that we now all have to face as a nation, where we have a $37 trillion deficit that has to be paid by Democrats and Republicans and their children. And for the first time ever last year, we had interest payment on that $37 trillion that exceeded what we spend on the military. Now, there's never been a nation, for those of you who follow history, never been a nation who's ever survived that economically. So we have some big challenges that we don't do something now, our children will pay the price, because we've already been downgraded once. If they decide we're going to get downgraded again, they will up the interest that we're going to have to pay on that money that we owe. It'll be about $40 trillion by that time, and they'll add another $9 trillion in the next 10 years to our debt. It's irrecoverable. So I'm not going to celebrate this. These are going to be hard times. We're going to have to tighten our belt a little bit and realize that the government's not the answer to everything. As a matter of fact, if you're looking to fix education, don't start here. Start in the home. Start teaching your kids what's moral, what's right. Don't rely on the government to decide what's moral and right. The government's not God. The government's not church. The government's not community. The government's not family. The government is government. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, but let's take charge of our own family and self-determine. Now, you will all probably realize that Morehouse is my alma mater. That I was the first and only student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine that looks like I do. That's right. That's right. There's a reason for that, because I value friendships more than I value being right. In other words, I'm not going to be very influential to you if I try to convince you you're wrong. Matter of fact, I have yet to get on the internet and see somebody go, oh gosh, thank you for explaining I'm an idiot. Thank you very much. I've changed my mind. It doesn't happen. I keep on telling kids, if you want to be influential, stop trying to win an argument, try to win a friend. And then you'll find real influence. So we need to work on this together. It's not a partisan issue. If we don't solve Social Security's ills, there'll be an automatic cut in about 7 years. We won't vote on that. 21% cut for everybody. So let's work together and make sure we preserve everything that everybody's supposed to get, that is getting it right now. Everybody who's about to get it. That's a bipartisan issue. And you know what? There's bipartisan solutions to that. As long as we can set our politics aside just for a second to come up with real solutions, we can do that. No reason to shout at each other over that. No reason to work against each other for that. But let's come together as Americans first and realize that we have one goal: to keep liberty, to keep this union, and to benefit the American people. God bless you, and Semper Fidelis. Thank you.
We always like to introduce our doctors of the day because we do appreciate them giving their time and resources to come down here to the General Assembly and help us with day-to-day operations. And to do that, I'm going to recognize our senator from the 52nd to introduce our doctor of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our doctor of the day here, Dr. Greg Harris, is from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, the home of Brett Favre and Jimmy Buffett, but instead he went to college over at Starkville at Mississippi State, and then went to Kentucky for his medical education, Michigan State for his residency in oncology. He is a oncologist, a cancer doctor there with the Harbin Clinic. We had his wife here, the ER physician that was here a couple of weeks ago, that works at Redmond Advent as well. He and his wife have one child and have been in our community for a lot of years now, and we hope to keep him. With that, Dr. Greg Harris here.
Good morning, Mr. President and the esteemed members of the Georgia State Senate. It is an honor to stand before you today to be the Doctor of the Day, offering my service and support for the health and well-being of this chamber. As a physician, I deeply appreciate the work that you all do to shape the policies that impact the health of our communities across Georgia. Healthcare is a vital part of our state's future, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute, even in the smallest of a way, to help the work that you do here. If there's anything that I can do to assist you today, please do not hesitate to reach out. And thank you for your service, and thank you for having me here.
All right, good job, good job. All right. We have some special guests here today and have a resolution to recognize these fine folks. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 312 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending the International Franchise Association for its contributions to economic growth and small business development and for other purposes. Whereas the International Franchise Association, IFA, is a leading advocate for responsible franchising practices, working to protect, promote, and enhance the franchise business model in Georgia and throughout the United States. And whereas Georgia has more than 32,000 franchise establishments that provide employment to over 340,600 individuals and contribute more than $34.6 billion in annual economic activity. And whereas Georgia was recently named the #1 state for franchise growth by the International Franchise Association, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend the International Franchise Association for its contributions to economic growth, small business development, and entrepreneurial opportunity in Georgia and beyond, as well as extend best wishes for continued success. Senate Resolution 313 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Lawrence J. Cohen and for other purposes. Whereas Lawrence J. Cohen is a pioneering entrepreneur and a franchise leader who founded DeBlond Corporation and Cookie Associates, developing 35 Great American Cookie Company GACC units across 7 states and operating 8 of the top 10 highest volume stores in the chain. And whereas he has demonstrated exceptional leadership within the International Franchise Association, IFA, serving as its treasurer for 5 years and earning distinction as a second franchisee in history to serve as chairman as its board of directors. Now therefore be resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Lawrence J. Cohen for his many outstanding career contributions to the franchise industry, as well as extend best wishes for future health and happiness. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I'd like to have, let's give them a round of applause. If I could have the Senate members' attention, please. We need to quiet down the whispers. If you can't quiet the whispers down, please just step outside. So we want to give our guests the respect and our senators the respect for putting these resolutions together. So if everybody could just tamper it down just a little bit. I'll recognize the senator from the 35th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good morning. As many of you know, I am a proud franchisee with a couple restaurants in Columbus and soon to be Macon. And this morning, I am here to recognize a couple of organizations, one organization, one person. The first is the International Franchise Association, which has been key to advocating for franchising across the country and right here in Georgia. The organization promotes and protects the business model both nationally and right here in this state. Franchising around the country supports 8.8 million jobs and generates close to $900 billion in economic output in the United States. And Georgia is one of the leading states in the nation when it comes to franchise growth. The IFA has been instrumental in providing opportunities for underrepresented groups, including veterans, people of color, and women, to achieve financial independence through entrepreneurship. And I can certainly attest to that for my wife and my family. Their contributions to economic growth and small business development has been vital, and the IFA's ongoing support for job creation and franchise success continues to make a significant impact and one that should be recognized. In addition to that, though, I especially want to recognize one of the pioneers when it comes to franchising and entrepreneurship, Mr. Doc Cohen, who I have spent some time with colleagues, and I will tell you that today, this is his first time at the Georgia State Capitol. And I thought it would be great, along with my colleagues who are in the franchising business standing alongside with me, to recognize the legend, Doc Cohen. He is known for founding Devlin Corporation and Cookie Associates, which developed 35 Great American Cookie. This cookie franchise was and continues to be very popular across the country, and I certainly have spent a lot of money, both as a child, but also on my children at the Great American Cookie Company. I'm sure many of you have as well. Doc played a vital role in the growth of the franchise industry, and particularly the Great American Cookie franchise. He has also made significant contributions to the IFA, where he served as treasurer and chairman. And Doc's leadership and innovation have earned him numerous awards, including the William Rosenberg Leadership Award. And his advocacy for small businesses and philanthropic work with organizations like the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society have further solidified his legacy. And particularly, colleagues, he has served as a mentor to many franchisees across the country, but particularly here in Georgia. So please join me in recognizing Mr. Doc Cohen.
Well, that was quite unexpected. Thank you. I'm really touched by that. Do I get to vote now? Well, I had some remarks prepared, but I'm going to throw those out the window because I'm kind of overwhelmed. But for those of you who are not aware, the first franchisor in the country was Benjamin Franklin, and I mentored Ben. I helped him develop his printing franchise, and then Singer came along, and they were a franchise. And I came into franchising in, believe it or not, before most of you were born, probably in 1978, when I found myself a vice president of a drugstore chain out in California. And we had some financial problems, which I discovered, and I got in charge of correcting it and had to fire everybody, including myself. And so I had no job. And my sister saw this startup here in Atlanta called Great American Cookies. And so it's a long story. I won't bore you with all of it, but I ended up taking the proverbial flyer and joining the company to become their first franchisee. And I have to tell you that franchising enabled me to achieve my American dream. Here I am, unemployed, looking for work. I had no money. The funny thing is, my brother-in-law and sister said, well, how much do you need? I said, I need $25,000. And they said, well, we'll partner with you. We'll put up half. And I said, well, that's great. Can I borrow my half from you? And they did lend it to me, and the rest is history. And I have to tell you, the IFA allowed franchisees to come in back in 1993. And I was fortunate enough to become one of those franchisees. And franchising turned into something that created opportunities for people like me and people like Senator Estevez and Senator Halpern and the Lieutenant Governor and probably some others here. And I can't tell you how important it is and how much it means to you, your neighbors, your family, because we are the people who are your neighbors. And what a lot of people don't understand is that the Great American Cookie or the McDonald's down on the corner are not owned by some corporate entity in Chicago or in Atlanta or in Los Angeles. They're owned by your neighbors. And we're hiring your children, and we're teaching your children something about ethics and integrity, because frequently we're the very first people to hire your kids. And so I want to thank you for your support of franchising, which also supports small business, because franchising really is about small business. And so when you vote for issues that are impacting franchising and small business, remember that it affects your neighbors, their children, your family. And so I want to thank you for your support. I want to thank you for this very unexpected honor. I'm very thrilled by it. You can tell I'm kind of choked up here, but just keep doing the right thing and let franchising help grow this great economy that we have in this country, because we are the engine that drives the economy in the United States. And I'm happy to share some figures with you afterwards if anybody has questions. Anyone have questions? Thank you again. I'm honored.
We have some more special guests here behind me, and Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Resolution 399 by Senator Parent of the 44th and others, a resolution commending side-by-side Brain Injury Clubhouse Incorporated for 25 years of work in transforming lives of Georgians recovering from brain injuries and brain injury-related disabilities, and recognizing March 11, 2025 as Side-by-Side Clubhouse Day at the State Capitol and for other purposes. Whereas Side-by-Side Brain Injury Clubhouse Incorporated began service in March 2000 following its founding by Cindy Johnson with the support of the Shepherd Center and Emory Healthcare, where she was the program director to provide ongoing support and growth opportunities to Georgians who have experienced a brain injury, and where Side-by-Side follows the Clubhouse model of rehabilitation, where participants are considered members of a community following standards set by the International Brain Injury Clubhouse Alliance and adapted from Clubhouse International. And whereas since 2000, Side-by-Side has served more than 800 Georgians through its clubhouse now located in Steel Mountain Village in DeKalb County, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Side-by-Side Brain Injury Clubhouse Incorporated for its work in supporting Georgians who have experienced a brain injury as they recover and rebuild their lives, and recognize March 11, 2025 as Side-by-Side Clubhouse Day at the State Capitol. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 44th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues, and those watching us from the gallery. It is my honor this morning to commend Side-by-Side Brain Injury Clubhouse on 25 years of work transforming the lives of Georgians recovering from brain injuries and brain injury-related disabilities. Side-by-Side started 25 years ago this month with support from the Shepherd Center and from Emory University to provide support and ongoing growth opportunities to Georgians who have experienced brain injury. Side-by-Side provides a community to its family members through a daytime rehabilitation program with a clubhouse model. So at the clubhouse, survivors of brain injury are considered members, not clients or patients, and as such, members have a responsibility for making program decisions and directing the daily operations of the clubhouse. This includes roles in hiring staff and in advocacy. At the clubhouse, people with brain injuries experience friendship, acceptance, and purpose. Side-by-Side is Georgia's only brain injury clubhouse, and it is considered the state's only purpose-driven work program for men and women recovering from brain injuries. Since 2000, Side-by-Side has served more than 800 Georgians, and its consistent impact makes it an asset to DeKalb County and to the entire state of Georgia. Please join me in congratulating and commending Side-by-Side Brain Injury Clubhouse on the occasion of their 25th anniversary. With me today to celebrate the 25th anniversary are Executive Director Brian Schroeder, Cindy Johnson, Cynthia Hall, and Michelle Thompson. And to hear a little bit more about Side-by-Side Brain Injury Clubhouse and the impact that they are having every day here in Georgia, I would like to call up Executive Director Brian Schroeder.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Senator Parent, thank you very much. Lieutenant Governor, thank you. The men and women of the Senate, thank you very much. It is a privilege to celebrate Side-by-Side's 25th anniversary with you today. I also want to acknowledge our members back in Stone Mountain who are watching on live stream and say, it is one of the greatest honors of my life to stand here today and represent you and represent your journey through brain injury recovery. Thank you very much, and happy Side-by-Side Day at the Georgia State Capitol. To the General Assembly and to the Governor's Office, thank you for including Side-by-Side in the latest amended budget. And thank you for your consideration for future funding in the budget that we're working on today. Clearly, this legislative body recognizes the vital role Side-by-Side plays in Georgia's trauma care system. We are safeguarding the longest, hardest, and often unending road that men and women who've survived brain injuries face. And it's for these reasons that 25 years ago, Cindy Johnson, Shepherd Center, and Emory joined forces to address a critical gap in our community. Men and women who experience brain injury, they would go through trauma care, Grady, Piedmont. They would go to rehab at Emory or Shepherd Center. But when their rehabilitation was over, there was nowhere for them to go and continue to heal. Often they would return home with very little care, and they would face setback after setback and a lack of community and purpose, and ultimately a lack of hope. Side by Side was founded to fill this void. And for 25 years, we have been one of the few resources in Georgia dedicated to supporting men and women impacted by brain injury, as well as their caregivers. And together, with your support, we've helped serve over thousands of Georgians repurpose their lives and rebuild their dreams. I'm very fortunate to have two of our members here today, and it's my distinct honor to ask Michelle Thompson, who is both an attorney, a clubhouse member, a brain injury survivor, and a champion pickleball player, to share just a little bit of her journey with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief, but I just want to acknowledge all the work that you do all on behalf of the members at Clubhouse, and so we're forever grateful. I'm sure many of you have done the simple task of just driving to pick up a takeout order. That's exactly what I did on August 1st, 2020. I parallel parked in front of a restaurant, and my spouse hopped out of the car to grab the order. While waiting, I had the windows in the car down. I was listening to Audible. The car was in park. I was just chilling. But then I heard an engine roar behind me, and I happened to glance in my rearview mirror to see a huge white pickup truck heading straight for my car. And then the next thing was just darkness. At that point, I was nearly killed by a drunk driver. And that's how simple it is to get a brain injury. It changes the course of your life forever. As Brian said, I'm still a barred member of a licensed member of the bar, but I cannot no longer practice because of my brain injury. And these are all the stories at Side by Side where everyone had careers that have been impacted, and it's so simple to get a brain injury. There are people at the clubhouse who tripped walking to their car, or very just day-to-day tasks. And so it's so important that there's the next step in trying to build life after brain injury, and Side by Side is that place. And so we are grateful for your ongoing interest and support. Thank you.
We have some University of Georgia national champions here today. Proud to have them. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 269 by Senator Bratz VI and others. Resolution congratulating the University of Georgia women's tennis team for winning the 2025 ITA National Team Indoor Championship and for other purposes. Whereas the superlative team continues its triumphant season of tennis competition by securing the 2025 ITA National Team Indoor Championship, marking its 7th national championship and 5th national indoor title in program history. And whereas this phenomenal performance of this team is a clear indication of the outstanding athletic ability, dedication, hard work in the right direction, use of tools, and unity of purpose and spirit of each member of the team, it's a portal of offense and defense talents and the ability to fit capability to opportunity under the astute direction of head coach Drake Bernstein, the fastest coach in program history to win the national championship at the helm. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body congratulate the University of Georgia women's tennis team for winning the 2025 ITA National Team Indoor Championship and extend best wishes for continued success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Always glad to have particularly some local national champion tennis players here with us today from the UGA's women tennis team. And what better person to introduce them than Coweta County's badminton champion, Matt Brass. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great honor to bring up UGA's national indoor champions, the University of Georgia Bulldogs women's team, and their coach, my good friend and former Bulldog national champion, Drake Bernstein. Drake was promoted to head coach of the University of Georgia women's tennis program following the end of the 23 season, which was following the retirement of legendary coach Jeff Wallace. The 23 Bulldogs finished 26-5 that year with a final ITA ranking of number 2. They advanced to the semifinals of the NCAA championships, the finals of the ITA national team indoors, and won the SEC tournament. During his tenure with the women's tennis program, which he's both been associate head coach and now head coach, Georgia has earned 10 consecutive NCAA tournament bids. The Bulldogs have captured an ITA National Team Indoors Championship in 2019 and now in 25, 3 SEC championships, 3 SEC tournament titles, with a final national ranking inside the top 5 7 different times. Bernstein played an integral part in the development of 36 All-SEC honorees, 36 All-Americans, 31 ITA Scholar athletes, 3 SEC Freshman of the Year selections, 2 SEC Players of the Year, and 1 National Player of the Year. He's a native of Winder, graduated from the University of Georgia, a 4-year letterman for the Bulldogs, where he compiled 112 and 44 singles record and an 84 and 56 mark in doubles, ranking 16th all-time in combined career wins. He's a part of Georgia's 2008 national championship team, and the Bulldogs advanced to the NCAA semifinals in 3 of his 4 seasons. He is married to the former Cassidy McComb of Henderson, Nevada, who was also a fine-tuned athlete, where she was a 4-time All-American and a member of Georgia's 2008 and 2009 national championship gymnastics team. So their 2 children, Brody and Cashton, have a legacy to live up to. But before I bring up Coach Bernstein, I do want to highlight one part of the resolution that was just read. And that part is the phenomenal performance of the team is a clear indication of the outstanding athletic ability, dedication, hard work in the right direction, use of tools, and unity of purpose and spirit of each member of the team. Its superb offensive and defensive talents and the ability to fit capability to opportunity under the astute direction of head coach Drake Bernstein, the fastest head coach in program history to win a national championship. With that, I bring you Coach Drake Bernstein.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Governor Jones and Senator Brass, and the men and women leading this Senate for this invitation. My name's Drake Bernstein, proud head coach, UGA women's tennis team. Just like Noonan native Senator Brass is Cougar born and Cougar bred, I'm Bulldog born and Bulldog bred. I've had the great fortune of living in Georgia for the better part of the last 30 years, growing up in Winder, playing my college tennis at the University of Georgia, being the associate head coach for 11 years. Now in my second year as head coach, I'm living the Georgia dream. Here with me today is Hayden Mulberry, freshman from Marietta and Walton High School, who won her first collegiate national event and was named to the all-tournament team and played a key role in bringing the trophy back to Athens. And senior Dasha Vidmanova, the current #1 player in college tennis, NCAA singles champ, and NCAA doubles champ. James Oglethorpe envisioned a Georgia as a colony of opportunity built to serve others and the greater good. Non sibi sed aliis, not for self, but for others. As a team, we discussed this concept in January and set out to embody that ideal through all the challenges that were in front of us. By keeping others and the bigger picture as our focus, we were fortunate enough to bring a national team championship back home to Athens. These two ladies represent that idea, not only by how they compete within the lines of a tennis court, but how they represent our state's flagship university. And again, we're thrilled to bring this trophy back to Athens and Georgia. We look forward to continuing to represent our university and great state of Georgia with pride for years to come. Once more, thank you to the Chamber on behalf of our staff and whole team who made this championship possible. Go Dogs.
Are there any unanimous consents? Without any unanimous consents, we will go to our points of personal privilege. I recognize the pro tem, Senator from the 18th, for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. It's that special time of year we get to introduce, and I get to the honor of introducing some real special guests. We always love seeing our Georgia Peach Queens here, and they are here, and I want to acknowledge and ask them to rise today. Our Peach Queens, are y'all up there? Peach Queens, our 2024 Georgia Peach Queens. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Let me tell you a little bit about the Georgia Peach Queens pageant, which has a cherished tradition for decades, celebrating deep agricultural roots and a cultural heritage for our state. It's held in Peach County, which I have the honor of representing. And this pageant is really more than a competition. It is absolutely a way of life to honor farmers, businesses, and communities that have made Georgia the Peach State. Since its inception, the pageant was recognized with outstanding young women, just like the four that we have in the gallery with us today, who embody the grace, leadership, and pride of our agricultural legacy. Beyond agriculture, though, Peach County is a community built on tradition and deep sense of pride. These outstanding young women that are visiting with us this morning have been selected to represent Georgia Peach Festival and the proud agricultural history of our state. We have with us Miss Peach Queen Carly Harper, Teen Miss Peach Queen Mia Lloyd, Junior Miss Peach Queen Kendall Bella Gaines, and Little Miss Peach Queens Sky Harris, and tiny Miss Peach Queen, Ella James Young. In closing, I am honored to have them with us this morning. I'm honored to commend them as our 2024 Peach Queen, so thank you for giving them a great welcome. And ladies, thanks for honoring us with being with us this morning. Thank you. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Need somebody to block for me today to get down the aisle. Today's Japan Day at the Capitol, and there are a bunch of Japanese companies down in the South Wing. If anybody wants to visit their tables, I hope you get the chance. There's also a reception from 4 to 6 this afternoon in 216. And we've got some of our business folks up in the gallery. There are over 700 businesses, Japanese businesses in the state of Georgia, employing more than 40,000 employees. So with us today, we've got Consul General Mio Maeda, if you could stand up. So happy you're here. And a lot of Japanese businesses, if you guys could stand, and thank you so much for coming to the Capitol today. I yield.
Recognize the senator from the 26th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'd like to apologize for voting yea on Senate Bill 244. What this bill is a Funny Willis bill. Let me read it to you. In the event based upon a motion by the defendant in a felony or misdemeanor criminal case, that the prosecuting attorney in such case is disqualified due to improper conduct on the part of such prosecuting attorney, the defendant shall be entitled to an award of reasonable cost and attorney fees in the case. I apologize to the Fulton County residents. That's $4 million. It's $4 million. Wouldn't been a case if the Secretary of State hadn't made the recording when the president asked him to find the votes. But I've not seen a bill in here that wants to prosecute the president for trying to manipulate an election. He's got an oligarch by the name of Elon Musk, and says he will primary every Republican who opposes the president. Now all of a sudden, people, the general public, is at his car dealerships protesting. And now the Office of Civil Rights, the president has sicked them on those people to prosecute them, but he didn't say anything by pardoning the rioters at the Capitol. Now, Elon Musk might be the richest man in the country. And the president might have a couple of million. Mr. President, you might not have as much money as Elon Musk, but you ain't in bad shape. And so what I say to all of you, if you scared, say you scared and let the general public know you scared and don't run for office. I yield the will.
The senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the 44th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am rising today in honor of and to recognize that it is Child Abuse Prevention Day here at the Georgia State Capitol. The Positive Childhood Alliance Georgia agency, formerly known as Prevent Child Abuse Georgia, works to prevent childhood abuse and neglect before it starts. Positive Childhood Alliance offers educational programs, performs home visits, and collaborates with partners to ensure resources to protecting Georgia's children are accessible. Childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, has long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects throughout an individual's lifetime and impacts future generations as well. Families who receive the support they need before a crisis occurs are better equipped to provide safe, healthy, and nurturing environments. This leads to children who are safer, healthier, and more hopeful about their futures. Strengthening families through access to concrete economic, social, and community-based supports reduces the likelihood of childhood abuse and neglect and ensures that kids have the foundation for lifelong well-being. Effective child abuse prevention activities like those done by Positive Childhood Alliance Georgia succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, educators, legislators, and families. Investments in these services, such as home visiting programs, family strengthening programs, economic supports, and community-based child abuse prevention efforts are essential to building safer, healthier communities for children and families. I want to recognize the members of Positive Childhood Alliance Georgia and the Division of Family and Children's Services Prevention Community Support Section who are here today, as well as all of the stakeholders that are watching us from the gallery. Jennifer Stein, Kimberly Stewart-Lucas, Beth Florence, Karsten Hartman, and Laura Griggs. And again, many others who are present in the gallery and working tirelessly to end child abuse in Georgia. We thank you for your advocacy and your investment in protecting Georgia's children from abuse and neglect. Ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Prevent Child Abuse Georgia Day at the state capitol.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, friends, today is very special. You know, together we stand and divided we fall. So we don't mean just us in this room, but all the people all over the world. Today is International Diaspora Day at the Capitol. And please come and have lunch with us at 12 noon and 1:23 and a press conference at 1 o'clock. And today we have many of our consulate generals who are standing over here. It's Belgium, Colombia, Ghana. I know I see the ambassador and the empress of Ghana right there. India, our India consulate general, Nigerian consulate general, Taiwan, UK, Mexico, Peru, and Haiti are all here. All of them were invited, but this is who's here today. So Pastor Janice Barnett, where are you? She's here with Chico Chikaze, Wisdom, Prophet JJ Ayo, and Prophet E.B. Tao, all from Nigeria, who are our diplomats. So we thank you for coming today because, again, we want, as Martin Luther King said, out of the mountain of despair is a stone of hope. And together we stand. Thank you for being here today. And everyone who want to meet their consulate generals, please come down at 12 o'clock or whenever we get out and go down and meet them and have lunch. Thank you very much. And somebody else is going to introduce the children. All of you, please, the diaspora people who are in the gallery, please stand and be recognized. Okay. Somebody else is going to do the children.
Recognize the senator from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we get a weekly dose of Trump news from the senator from the 14th. So I've decided to give you a weekly or maybe even a daily update on news, what I'm calling the Fani Follies. Okay? I think it's important that I point out that we have a district attorney, Fani Willis, in our capital city of the county, of the state, of the county, that has zero regard for the law. Let me repeat that. Our DA has zero regard for the law. It was in today's paper. DA violates Open Records Act, fined $54,000. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Rachel Krause has recently fined DA Willis $54,000 and ordered the DA to turn over all applicable records within the same time frame that the fine is due. This is just the latest development in the long-running open records dispute between the DA and the defense attorney, Ashley Merchant. I ask you, what is the DA hiding? Why is the DA so afraid what will be made public? What's she hiding? Why will she not do the open records request? I think I know what it is. I don't think she wants it to be made public that she had communications with Jack Smith and the Biden Department of Justice on how to take down President Trump during the election through the legal system. It was a coordinated effort that backfired on the DA. You talk about a possible RICO case, that's a RICO case. But I'm standing here today to tell you DA Willis is not above the law. She's either lazy or she's arrogant. or maybe both. But either way, she must comply with our Open Records Act. I have today written a letter to our Attorney General, Chris Carr, requesting he take action against D.A. Willis. Attorney Carr is the top law enforcement officer in our state, and I'm asking him to get off the sidelines, get in the game, and act now. It is time for our Attorney General to quit waiting on the courts and show some leadership and not let this DA continue to make a mockery of Georgia law. I'll be back tomorrow, Mr. President, with another episode of Founty Follies. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded. I recognize the senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always hate to follow my the senator from the 26th, and I'm with you. If you're scared, say you're scared. That's gonna be the motto for today. If you're scared, say you're scared. But that's not what I came to talk about this morning. So today I have the honor of recognizing an exceptional group of young leaders from Gwinnett County, the great Gwinnett County, except Mulberry. The Gwinnett County Youth Commission. Since 2017, this program has given students a unique opportunity to engage with local government, gain leadership skills, and play an active role in shaping our communities. To our youth commissioners, you are the future of the great Gwinnett County. Your dedication to learning, service, and advocacy is admirable. We are proud and excited to see what you all will accomplish. Congratulations, keep leading the way. And if you're in the gallery, if you'll stand up, if not, yes, they're here. Awesome, yes. Y'all give them a hand from the great Gwinnett County. Yes, Gwinnett's finest. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 38th.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's my honor to recognize the Georgia Council of Court Administrators for its outstanding contributions to Georgia's judicial system. I'm not sure if we have folks in the gallery, but as a collective body of court officials and professionals, GCCA is dedicated to enhancing the professionalism of all tiers of Georgia's judicial system. Their mission is to promote the education of court administrators, ensuring they can professionally, ethically, and efficiently execute the operations of our courts. This work is critical in upholding the integrity and effectiveness of our justice system. Today, we are privileged to have with us GCCA President Timothy Ezel and members of the GCCA Executive Committee who lead this charge with dedication and excellence. It's only fitting that we formally recognize their service. Therefore, I'm honored to present the Senate resolution in their name. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to the courts and the people of Georgia, and congratulations. If anybody's here, they may have left, but thank you for your service. All right. And with that, I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today in honor of Women's History Month, a time to recognize the women who came before us, the women leading today, and the young girls who will shape our future. Too often, history only remembers a few names, but progress has always been built by countless women whose stories were never recorded. Women who didn't fight for recognition, but for the simple right to be seen, heard, and valued. And that fight isn't just history, it's happening now. It's the mother working 2 jobs to build a better life for her children. It's the young girl who refuses to shrink herself to fit the world's expectation. And it's the women in this chamber and across our state who keep pushing forward, not just for themselves, but for those who come next. So today, let's do more than honor women's history. Let's commit to a future where every woman and girl has the chance to write her own story. Because when women rise, we all rise. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the senator from the 14th, and this is Trump Morning News. Trump Morning News, your number one leader in Trump news entertainment, keeping you apprised of the health of your democracy. Remember, we're a radio show now. Now, what's going on this past week in Trump Morning News? Listen, I told y'all a few weeks ago about the possibility that the Trump administration would violate court orders, which would be a really bad canary in the coal mine for the health of our democracy, which is, of course, the point of our show. Well, it seems like there's some relevant updates in terms of compliance with court orders coming out of the District of Columbia. Judge James Boasberg of the D.C. District Court recently issued what's called a TRO, a temporary restraining order. Well, what's that? Well, a TRO is basically a judge's way of acting fast at the federal level when something needs to be done on an emergency basis. And so what the judge said was the government has to stop 3 flights that were carrying Venezuelan nationals to El Salvador to a terrorism detention center. And the reason was that the president didn't really have authority under what's called the Alien Enemies Act. You all ever heard of the Alien Enemies Act? Basically, it's a very old law that says that the president has certain powers in wartime. Well, it doesn't seem to apply, so it's not really available as legal authority to deport those people. Well, what did the court do? The court said you can't deport those people. Those planes are in the air. You need to turn around the planes that are in the air. What did the government do? Ignored those court orders. That's what it seems to have happened. So the court, which has the inherent power to enforce its own orders, inherent authority, asked the government's lawyers to come back into court to explain at what time exactly those planes were in the air so that the government, or the court knows if the government complied with the court order or not. And what did the DOJ say to the court? Well, unfortunately, the DOJ said, well, we can't tell you that. And the court said, well, we're in an open hearing. I've been on the FISA court. You just walk up to me and tell me in my ear how many planes, how many people, what time. Said, no, I can't tell you that. I'm under orders from DOJ higher-ups not to tell you that. Buzzer, buzzer, radio show noises. Here's the point where we got to think about enforceability of orders, folks. If U.S. citizens were to get detained and shipped out of the country by plane, the DOJ's official position is, we can't tell you who was on the plane. We can't tell you what time the plane was in the air and got the order. We can't tell you when the plane landed. And then we got photos that mainstream media ran of people, prisoners, being head down after they got off the planes, being moved into the detention center for propaganda. Only one problem. A renowned photo editor on Instagram pointed out that the metadata of those photos, the timestamps showed that those photos couldn't have been taken after the planes landed. They were taken before the planes landed, which means that there is a staged propaganda effort with multiple governments collaborating to make it look like serious, dangerous people are being deported. But they did so in violation of court orders. They wouldn't even tell the court the information needed for the court to be able to enforce its own orders. This is bad news, folks. Bad news is why we do Trump Morning News, to tell you about the news, to keep you apprised of the health of your democracy. I can see that everyone is rapt by these developments in the constitutional order. And so am I. Anyway, we're here for round 1 of Trump Morning News. Obviously, we'll have a special 60 Minutes installment later on during the rules calendar. But Mr. President, as always, it is my pleasure to be up here, give you the news, reminder your state legislators, and there's nothing you can do directly about this except check your phone and drink coffee. And there's nothing the Republican Party could have done in the last 20 years to prevent this from happening. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll see you next time on Trump Morning News.
All right, Senator. You know, I'm a little worried, Senator. You weren't holding everybody's attention like you usually do. I'm a little worried about your ratings right now. I know. We got to spice it up something next time. But good job. All right, recognize the senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I ponder the report from the Senator from the 14th, I am reminded that one of the main reasons why people switch from television to radio is because they have a face for radio. And I just want to congratulate my brother for having a face truly meant for radio. I think this is a better forum for you, and I believe that that our friend Sean Hannity may be looking for a replacement to fill in the afternoons. Would love for you to dig in on that. I love the reports. I live for the reports. As you know, I sit in rapt attention and always want to hear. But I'm here to talk about something far more important than Fonny Follies or Trump News Radio. I'm here to talk about water access, rafting and kayaking, something we can all agree on. On your desks is a fact sheet about the freedom to float. Of Georgia's 159 counties that we all represent, 96% to streams and rivers that are capable of recreational vessels like canoes and kayaks. Boating and fishing generated $1.1 billion to our state's economy, and public access to passage downstreams generates visitors and sales tax in rural communities across the state, helping to reduce property tax burdens and local residents. To protect Georgia's record-setting tourism economy and our outdoor heritage, the freedom to float and right to boat must be recognized and protected. So when you go out to the ropes today and you see folks wearing life jackets, please give them a moment of your time. Please talk to them, hear them and their concerns. And with that, Mr. President, I love the Senator from the 14th. You know, I was just playing with him. I yield the wall.
Recognize the Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and y'all. Just a quick note, today is Children and Youth Day at the Capitol, and it's hosted by Senator Donzella James and I, and we want to recognize all the children because it's only for the children that we keep love alive. Only for the children our love survives. Thank you so much. I yield the well. Oh, let's recognize them. Stand up, those who are here in the balcony. Let's give them a hand. I yield the well.
Recognize the Senator from the 31st.
Thank you. Good morning, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I just want to share on behalf of myself, the Senator from the 30th, just a gratitude of thanks to many people who helped our community in Paulding County over the weekend on Saturday when an EF1 tornado came through town, doing some pretty big destruction on Highway 61 in Dallas, about 11-mile path. The storm took around 12:30 on Saturday night. I just want to say thank you to the Paulding County Sheriff's Office, the Paulding County EMA, our fire, our 911 center, the Dallas Police Department, the Hiram Police Department, Metro Ambulance, Greystone Power, who was out there till last night, till about 8, 9 o'clock, working with the Georgia Department of Transportation. And want to give Micah Gravely, our board member from the 14th Congressional District, a gratitude of thanks. I also want to thank Governor Kemp for checking on us. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Burt Jones, for checking on us, and all of those that were involved that came and helped. There's a lot of cleanup, and just thank God nobody was injured, nobody was killed. But our community will come back, and just want to say we offer prayers to the families who lost their homes. The damage is going to take months or even for some people years to recover from. And just ask that you keep in your thoughts and prayers the Paulding County community in the weeks and months to come. Separately, Madison, my middle daughter, she turns 15 today. It's her birthday. I want to say happy birthday, Madison. God bless you. I love you. Great lacrosse game last night. And thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 55th.
My colleagues, I stand and I rise today to sound an alarm and call for civility and democracy again. And it may not be possible, but let this be a light, even as we jokingly talk about our 47th president. We jokingly talk about Fonnie Willis. However, let it be known that I too regret voting, as the senator from the 26th stated, voting for a bill that really was designed on the one hand to compensate prisoners. But as I read that bill, it said just bad conduct, which has already been found. And it's politics that will dismiss the charges against the 47th president. If those charges are not violated, I will buy everyone in here a dinner. Everyone. I said it, everyone. Because we know politics. It is preposterous that someone would threaten a billionaire would take over democracy and threaten to put millions of dollars in each of our districts if we don't vote a certain way. I not only rise for Democrats, I rise for everyone, independents and Republicans and all, because I stand for democracy. Democracy dies in the darkness. I am appalled when some of us fail to stand up and we jokingly say, "Are you going to primary me?" And that is appalling. And it is appalling that we have to stand up to a man who made a call to say, "Give me 11,780 votes." And but for a man of integrity, we would have never known. And I'm appalled at how we are handling this. I'm standing for democracy. I'm standing for my grandchildren who are not even in existence. I'm standing for generations untold, because it is not to be taken for granted that America is America. It is because the content of our character, not the color of my skin, not the color of your skin. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And if someone does not stand, America will not be America. There are reasons that people are clamoring to get into America. I have been in countries where when I really got back to America, I literally fell down and kissed the ground because my life was threatened because of the conditions of that country. And we cannot allow this country to go away because we're giving it away to billionaires. I too want to be a billionaire, but not that bad. You cannot buy my integrity. Let not your integrity be bought. I changed my membership to a big box company. I stop by there and get my gas. It's convenient. I was in traffic 54 minutes yesterday because I refuse to give my money to people that disrespect me. So I went over to Costco because they respect DEI. And I understand that this is a battle now. And if the children of Montgomery could stay off those buses for 381 days, I am committed to preserving democracy in America, to be the moral conscience of this country. We cannot let it go by the threats of those who disregard court orders. An executive order does not trump a statute, and it does not disrespect judges. We have a law of the land. Let's respect the law of the land. I will yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 41st for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have two things. One, I want to wish a happy birthday to my Chief of Staff, Erin Castle, who many of you all have met along the way. She's been absolutely incredible, and today is her birthday, so I want to make sure she gets celebrated. I'm very grateful for all that she does to help make sure that office runs. And then the second piece is that we are starting a LGBTQ caucus for both those who are part of the LGBTQ family and those who are allies. And so if you would like to join as an ally or as a member of the LGBTQ community, please see me or my office, but we would love to have folks join as we create this caucus. Again, everybody is welcome. This is not exclusive in any way, shape, or form. Our mission is simply to make sure that we look out for the well-being of all Georgians. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 6th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 6th is excused. Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Hearing none, you have a consent calendar of privileged resolutions before you. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? You have a local consent calendar of local bills before you, Mr. Secretary. Are there any objections filed to any bill on the local consent calendar?
Mr. President, no objections have been filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. Okay. Thank you. On the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0, and this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, moving on. Are there any motions to engross? The chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the following bills and resolutions be engrossed at this time: House Bill 90, House Bill 223, and House Resolution 32.
Mr. Secretary, read the captions.
House Bill 90 by Representative Estration, the 104th, and others, the bill to entitle an act to amend Code Section 48-5-7.4 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to preferential assessment for bona fide conservation use property and bona fide residential transitional property, so as to increase the maximum acreage to qualify for assessment and taxation as a bona fide conservation use property, to provide for related matters, to repeal contingent effective date and automatic repeal, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes.
Why is that clipped together? No reason.
House Bill 223 by Representative Burchett, 176, and others, the bill to entitle an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA relating to revenue and taxation so as to exclude from the calculation of taxable net income certain disaster relief or assistance grant program payments for agricultural losses suffered due to Hurricane Helene, to provide for refundable income tax credits, and for other purposes. House Resolution 32 by Representative Estration, 104th, and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to increase the maximum acreage to qualify for assessment and taxation as a bona fide conservation use property and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
The majority leader has moved that HB 90, HB 223, and HR, House Resolution 32, to be engrossed. Is there objection? There is objection. I recognize the majority leader to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, as you know, it's typical tradition that we engross all of the bills that come from the Ethics Committee and the Finance Committee. All three of these pieces of legislation passed through the Finance Committee. They were properly vetted, they were debated, and votes were taken, and with tradition, we will continue to engross these bills, and we'll do that again today. So I ask for you to vote for the engrossment resolution and the engrossment motion, and we will move on to the calendar. Thank you.
Does the minority leader wish to speak to the motion? They waive. All right. The majority leader has moved that House Bill 90, House Bill 223, and House Resolution 32 be engrossed. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea, and those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 29 and the nays are 23. This motion, having received or prevailed on, is engrossed. Okay. Let's take a moment now and just let's recognize somebody's special day. I think we've got a birthday boy. Maybe the guy's got a number of 37. Senator from the 37th, is it happy birthday for you today? Hey, let's all give him a happy birthday. He said he always dreamed of being here for his birthday, so how about that? I got a birthday wish that came true. All right, third reading and consideration of general bills. We're now moving on to the rules calendar. Secretary, please read House Bill 89 as we start with the rules calendar.
House Bill 89 by Representative Cooper of the 45th and others, bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 2A, Title 31 of the OCGA relating to the Department of Public Health as to require healthcare providers, healthcare facilities, and pharmacies to provide their maternal mortality review committee with psychiatric and other clinical records to amend Code Section 37-3, that's 166 of the OCGA relating to treatment of clinical records when release permitted, scope of privileged communications, liability for disclosure, and notice to sheriff of discharge so as to permit the release of clinical records of a deceased patient to the Mortality Review Committee to amend Code Section 45-16-24 of the OCGA relating to notification of suspicious or unusual deaths, court-ordered medical examiner's inquiry, and written report of inquiry so as to remove the requirement that the medical examiner's inquiry for pregnant female deaths be done through a regional prenatal center to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from Habersham, senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring House Bill 89, which is a very important bill. As some of you may know, Georgia ranks in one of the lowest in maternal mortality in the country. And so what this bill is an effort to try to lower the rate at which people are passing away after they give birth. I'll go through by section. Sections 1 and 3. This provides the Maternal Mortality Review Committee with the ability to obtain psychiatric records. The Maternal Mortality Review Committee, or MMRC, they're tasked with reviewing maternal deaths and making recommendations to improve maternal outcomes in Georgia. In 2022, it was found that the number one cause of death and the number one cause of maternal mortality was mental health, and that included suicide and overdose. So currently, Georgia's laws don't allow mental health records to be provided to the MMRC. This would allow that. Section 4 is a cleanup. This is requiring that maternal deaths be referred to the medical examiner's office instead of the regional perinatal centers. We worked with the GBI and the medical examiners to develop this cleanup provision. This legislation would require that these maternal deaths be referred to the medical examiner's office instead of regional perinatal centers, as all other autopsies are handled. Section 2 establishes a formal process for creating regional perinatal centers, or RPCs, and a regular cadence for reviewing the adequacy of the system and whether additional or new RPCs should be established. Just for your reference, the state of Georgia presently has 6 designated RPCs located across the state. We've got Phoebe Putney in Albany, Piedmont, Columbus, Grady, Atrium Health, Navicent and Macon, Wellstar, MCG in Augusta, Memorial Health in Savannah. These regions and RPCs have been in place for more than 30 years without change. After meeting this fall with existing RPCs, our partners at the Department of Community Health, including our former colleague, Dr. Burke, they developed this bill to improve maternal health outcomes. This, as a son of an OBGYN and the father of 4, obviously maternal health is extremely important to me, and I think this bill will help move Georgia in the right direction. And Mr. President, I'm happy to yield for questions, or I'll yield the well if there are none.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing of the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 1. So this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Moving on down the calendar, Mr. Secretary, read the heading.
House Bill 223 by Representative Burchett, L176, and others, a bill to entitle an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA related to revenue taxation so as to exclude from the calculable of taxable net income certain disaster relief or assistance grant program payments for agricultural losses suffered due to Hurricane Helene, to provide for refundable income tax credits for certain timber producers based on certain casualty losses related to Hurricane Helene, to provide for related matters, to provide for effective dates, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hufstetler, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 223, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to revenue taxation so as to authorize certain local governing authorities to provide temporary tax relief from ad valorem taxes levied for the harvest and sale of standing timber and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 8th who has distinguished visitors with him.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sir. The fellow that has the last name of Goodman that is sitting in the desk where the senator from the 8th normally sits is a lot taller, a lot better looking, and a lot younger. But that's my son, Alec, is over there. I'm glad he's with us today. It's my honor to bring to you House Bill 223. This is a governor's bill. It's the governor's hurricane disaster relief bill. I really want to thank his office. I want to thank the governor and thank Reagan in the governor's office, who's been working on this for months, as well as Whip Burchett in the House, who carried it in the House. This bill has 4 main components. The first component is the language from Senate Bill 52, otherwise known as the Trees Act. Y'all remember we had that bill, 6 weeks ago in here, passed unanimously. Thank you for that. We talking with the governor's office and with our friends in the House, where they agreed to put that language in there. It's going to get it to the governor's desk faster. You remember that the Trees Act is where we suspend the severance tax for the last quarter of 24 and all of year 25 in the FEMA designated disaster counties. And we also create a program where those counties can apply for a grant and be refunded what is the 3-year running average for their normal timber tax collection. The second component of the bill is a USDA disaster and crop loss payments income tax exemption. The third component is a reforestation tax credit. And the fourth component is agricultural structure repair temporary addition to GATE. Y'all know GATE is the Georgia Agricultural Tax Exemption Program. Concerning the income tax exemption, this bill will allow payments made to producers from USDA block grants and crop loss payments related to storm damage to be exempt from state income tax. FEMA payments are already exempt and do not require legislation. This bill is similar to a provision included in House Bill 105 from 2019, which Governor Kemp signed. Concerning the reforestation tax credit, this bill will issue a new reforestation tax credit in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, similar to that of House Bill 4EX from the 2018 special session that was approved by Governor Deal. It allows taxpayers who own eligible timber properties devastated by Hurricane Helene to apply for a timber reforestation tax credit. The program will again be administered by the new, with the assistance of the Georgia Forestry Commission in determining value of casualty losses. The maximum aggregate will again be $200 million. The per acre cap will be $550 per acre. If a taxpayer qualifies for more than their tax liability, the additional qualified tax credit could be refunded to the taxpayer. The tax credit could be transferred one time to another Georgia taxpayer who would then not have the ability to transfer or receive a refund for the value of the credit. As of December, concerning the data on House Bill 4EX from the 2018 special session, As of December the 3rd of 24, the previous credit established for those harmed by Hurricane Michael has generated just under $80 million in requests, and less than $50 million has been claimed. The request must be generated by December 31st, 2024, and due to the carry-forward provision can be claimed through 2034. We anticipate it to be much greater in terms of applications for this program because Hurricane Helene went right through the heart of the wood basket of this state. And you've heard me say before that 37% of the timberland in this state was either damaged or destroyed from Hurricane Helene. And lastly, concerning the agricultural structure temporary addition to gate, y'all know we lost close to 500 chicken houses from Hurricane Helene in the state. Georgia producers who are already qualified for a gate card, is what we call them, do not currently receive a sales tax exemption on building materials or real property. This bill will allow those building materials to be sales tax exempt for gate card holders through the end of 2025 for the repair or reconstruction of damaged agricultural structures, including poultry houses and greenhouses. And finally, I'd like to say this. This bill, along with the other provisions that you all in this chamber and our friends across the hall there and the governor's office, it brings the total hurricane relief package to $1.2 billion. And I think that as someone that represents a district that was devastated, as many of you in this chamber, your communities were devastated from the hurricane, I think that it shows how much our hearts are with those communities. Not only our farmers and our foresters, but those communities that have been affected as well. And I'm proud of the response that the state has taken. And with that, Mr. President, I'll be glad to yield for questions.
Senator, you have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I urge your favorable consideration. And again, thank you for all your help that members of this chamber and our friends across the hall have helped our communities have been devastated with the storm. Thank you.
The senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against this measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? And the chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine.
This is a direct mirror of the board, so everything that's up there is up.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Mr. Secretary, read the caption for the next bill, HB 90.
House Bill 90 by Representative Estration, the 104th, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-5-7.4, the official code of Georgia Annotated related to preferential assessment for bona fide conservation use property and bona fide residential transitional property so as to increase the maximum acreage to qualify for assessment and taxation as a bona fide conservation use property, to provide for related matters, to provide for contingent effective date and automatic repeal, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hufstetler, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President. The fiscal note has been attached.
Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 11th to present the bill, HB 90.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do bring before you House Bill 90. It should look very familiar to this body. We actually passed out Senate Bill 45, which is an identical version of this bill. It was one of the recommendations that came out of our Farmland Preservation Committee. It's a bill to help with farmers and land. The current law only allows an individual to own up to 2,000 acres of land in one name. This legislation will allow farmers in one name to own up to 4,000 acres. Just trying to bring our code up to date with the family farm. Family farms have grown over the years, and so this is just some legislation that we found that would help benefit from the effort of the chairman from the 4th and his Farmland Conservation Committee. And just definitely want to thank the majority leader in the House, Chuck Efrustration, for his work on this bill. He's worked really hard and appreciate his support, but also want to thank this body, the Republicans and the Democrats, for coming together and working on this issue together. We've had lots of conversations about this, and just want to thank everybody for their support, and just would greatly appreciate your passage. And this is the enabling legislation, and I hope to be back with a constitutional amendment. And I'd appreciate your support and take any questions if there are any.
You do have questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is companion legislation, I guess, with H.R. 32, which is also on the rules calendar today, correct?
Correct.
And there's a policy judgment made between those two pieces of legislation. Preface, first of all, you agree we passed a version of this legislation that increased the amount from 1,000 acres to 2,000 acres, correct?
2,000 to 4,000.
Okay, we passed 2,000, 4,000, what you're
yes,
saying.
Yes, sir, just
okay.
as is in this bill.
Yeah, in this bill, but did the House make any amendments to what we passed out of this chamber?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. No further questions. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I'll yield to Will.
You have no other questions.
Thank
Senator,
you. Appreciate
thank you.
your support.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure, HB 90? The chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, once again, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 3, so this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Secretary Reed, H.R. 32.
House Resolution 32 by Representative Estration, the 104th, and others. Resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to increase the maximum acreage to qualify for assessment and taxation as a bona fide conservation use property, to provide for related matters, to provide for the submission of this amendment for ratification or rejection, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, Chairman. Mr. President, a fiscal note has been attached, and that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 11th. Moultrie, Georgia's pride and joy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good to be here. Thank you. This also should look familiar. This same version we passed out of this body, 51-1 as Senate Resolution 56. This is the constitutional amendment portion of this legislation to put before the voters to make sure that they're okay that we do this. Again, it was a recommendation that came from our Farmland Preservation Study Committee. It's a tool to allow family farms continue to grow and expand and not have trouble with taxes. So it's a very, very good bill. I want to thank the leader in the House for his hard work on this, and also just the Republicans and Democrats both in this body and in the House for supporting this measure, and appreciate all the work that everybody's done. And I'd be glad to take any questions if there are any. If not, I appreciate your support.
You do have one question. Senator from the 44th. Would you like to speak on, or you want a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I am not, on the committee that this bill came through, so I hope this question isn't too elementary, but can you explain to me, let me preface that by saying I'm aware of all the issues that have arisen in terms of federal taxes with syndicated conservation use easements and how it's caused a lot of litigation and pain for folks that thought they were taking advantage of a credit. Can you explain to me how this program relates, and is there any concern that it might inadvertently end up in the same posture?
Well, this is strictly a state program where we offer a reduction in property tax to our farmers. The land that the farmers are using doesn't require fire or emergency or any municipal resources. So it's in turn we're able to discount it at a lower tax rate because it's not a burden on any local government or municipality. So it's just a tax break that we put into place just in the state of Georgia back in the early 70s. And of course, 2,000 acres back then was a lot of land. But as you know, over time, our family farms have continued to grow and get larger and larger. And so 2,000 acres is not the same today as it was in the 70s. So we're just trying to bring the code up to date, just specifically dealing with property taxes and land.
Understood. So can this be syndicated?
It probably could and may already be in other states, but I'm unsure of that.
Okay, I may get with you offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I greatly appreciate your support, and I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passes of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption resolution, the yeas are 50, the nays are 1. The resolution having received the requisite 2/3 constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Secretary Reed, SR 148.
Senate Resolution 148 by Senator Rett of the 33rd and others, resolution recognizing and commending Taiwan for its relations with the United States and the state of Georgia and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 148, a resolution recognizing and commending Taiwan for its relations with the United States and the state of Georgia and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Moore of the 53rd offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute to Senate Resolution 148 by striking on line 27 and encourage city by striking line 28 in its entirety, striking on line 33 WHO UNFCCC, adding on line 27 after investments. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and y'all. I'm just here with the senator from the 6th, in which we are co-chairs of the Taiwan American Caucus. And today we just want to recognize and commend Taiwan for its relationship as an ally and friend with the United States and, of course, of Georgia. I need your support. There's an amendment that I don't agree with because we're not trying to build walls, we're trying to build bridges. And if you can support me, I'd appreciate it. Myself and the senator from the 6th, on which we are co-chairs, if you can support us, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. I yield the well.
Senators yielded. Senator from the 53rd, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously a great supporter of our friend and friends in Taiwan. Great resolution, but it does need a little bit of cleanup in my opinion. That's why I've offered this amendment, striking through on lines 27 and 28 as it relates to smart cities. Personally, and I know many folks in Northwest Georgia are adamantly opposed to smart cities, as well as a lot of rural Georgians all across this state, as I certainly believe, as well as many others, that it violates our Fourth Amendment and our Constitution. Also, you know, in colloquy, known as Trump's floor leader, and striking out WHO and UNFCCC. That's the World Health Organization, in which we have pulled out of as a country. And ultimately, we pulled out of the Paris Accords. Congress failed to ratify the Kyoto Agreement. So I don't believe we ought to be encouraging our friends to take part in things that we ourselves in a country don't take part in. And then adding on line 27 a period after investments. And that's all the amendment is. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Well, at least somebody's vocal today. Senator from 33rd, would you like to close the debate before we take up voting on the amendment? He has waived. All right. It's on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 53rd. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection to amendment number 1. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 29, and this amendment has failed. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Amen. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 47, the nays are 5. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted by substitute. Secretary Reed, SR 245.
Senate Resolution 245 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others, a resolution commending Doug Collins and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security recommends this resolution to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the majority leader. North Georgia girls basketball team made it to the championship game.
They almost won. Almost
You
only
didn't even
counts.
recognize them today, Senator.
I was about to, Mr. President, but maybe later today. Senate Resolution 245 is a resolution honoring one of our previous members to the House of Representatives here in the Georgia and this building in this state. He's a great American. He's just been nominated to be the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs up in Washington, D.C. He was confirmed by the Senate on February 4th, 2025, and that man's name is Doug Collins. Doug Collins is no stranger to many of us in this room. Secretary Collins graduated from North Hall High School, and he later went to North Georgia College in Dahlonega, where he attended school there and graduated with the class of 1988. He received a master's degree in divinity from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. He served in the United States Air Force Reserves, where he was promoted to the rank of colonel and then served as a chaplain in Iraq in the Iraqi combat zones. Collins has worked tirelessly to open access to health care, expand mental health services, and improve accountability within the VA, champion the needs of veterans and their families. Secretary Collins represented Georgia State House District 27 and later the Georgia's 9th Congressional District. He played a pivotal role in shaping national policies, including the bipartisan First Step Act, which reduced reincarceration, and enhanced public safety for nonviolent offenders. Collins is the first Iraqi war veteran to serve as Secretary of the Veterans Affairs. His vision for veterans care is rooted in his life as a military veteran, ensuring world-class care for our American heroes. With this resolution today, we properly recognize him as a dedicated public servant, and we commend him for his recent nomination. Now, I know many of you will vote for this resolution. I hope that we all will. This sends a strong message that one of our own Georgians is up in Washington, D.C., working hard on behalf of all Americans, and especially our veterans who have served our country, who have put their lives on the limb, and we continue to support our veterans. And that's what this vote is today, is a vote for our veterans, and it's a vote for
our Secretary, Doug Collins. Mr. President, I'm happy to take any questions, but I encourage everyone to vote for this resolution.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Senators yielded. I know there's several senators who would like to speak on this resolution. Recognize Senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of this body. Let me just say emphatically that I rise today in support of Senate Resolution 245. And I wish former Congressman Doug Collins well in his new position as Secretary of Veteran Affairs. But this moment gives me an opportunity to talk about a conversation that I think we all need to have in this chamber. And I know it's an uncomfortable conversation, but I want to get it started right now, because we need to recognize that in this country, our veterans are under attack. And I'm going to pause for a moment and just let that sink in with everyone. We have to recognize that at this moment in our country, our veterans are under attack. And I can say that because throughout my history and my family's history, all of us have served in the military. As a matter of fact, my son, who will be here soon as the pastor today, serves in the military currently as well. He's in the Navy. But the reason why I say our veterans are under attack is because 30% of the workforce in this country are veterans. Anytime there's a layoff, you can expect 30% of those, particularly in our federal government, to be veterans. I will also share with you that it's really, really difficult for a career service member who served all of his life, certainly at least 20, as some of us say, in the military, to find a job, because the federal government has always been that employer of first resort. They always look to hire military veterans. As a matter of fact, call it DEI, call it whatever you want. It was preferential treatment for the federal government to hire military veterans. Some of you in here, like myself, who served 19 years in the service, thank God most of you in the reserve, but I was ready to fight and go if I had to in the Army Corps of Engineers. The federal government now, particularly in Veterans Affairs, has already laid off well over 6,000 veterans. As a matter of fact, there's reports that President Trump is slated to decrease the employment in the veterans ranks to the tune of well over 80,000 people that work for Department of Veteran Affairs, over 80,000 people. Guaranteed 30% of them are going to be veterans. I don't think in this war on our veterans that some of us in here really understand what the life is like for a veteran. You know, I was safe because I stayed stateside, but let me tell you what life was like for my older brother. He was only 3 years older than I am, who I buried last year from blood cancer and bone cancer because he drank the water at Camp Lejeune up in North Carolina. My brother spent 27 years as a dedicated service member in the Army. Only thing he ever wanted to do from high school was serve in the military. And he did it well. My brother was decorated first sergeant, rose to the rank of first sergeant. He even told me, he said, little brother, as he called me, I actually became a sergeant major, but then I got busted because when military members are overseas, they tend to have some transgressions every now and then, and he did too. But when he retired after almost 30 years of service, he was a first sergeant. My brother, from the time that he came back home, had a problem finding a job. the federal government was his employer of last resort. You see, the federal government make allowances for veterans because they know that he had skills in learning how to shoot weapons and to blow stuff up, as I say, in the Corps of Engineers. He didn't have the best formal education. Some military veterans do. He didn't. But he was a great soldier, and my brother knew how to take orders. If you ask him to do something, he was goal-oriented, and he got it accomplished. You see, my brother was not just my oldest brother. He's the one who took care of me after I was orphaned at 11 years old. And I remember when he signed up for the service early on in his career, but he said, my older sister is going to be here with y'all until you grow. He gave his entire life to this country, and he died such a horrible death because bouncing around between Emory University and eventually on a ventilator over at the VA hospital that's now facing those same cuts, which happens to be off of Claremont Road in my district. Now, just imagine that this time last year, I was at the VA hospital watching my brother as his machine was doing the breathing for him, knowing that the only thing that he had was that government job that he had been given once he retired from the military. Yes, he had a check. But military service members want a lot more than a check. They want dignity. They want to be respected when they come back to this country, knowing that they fought in, as my brother did, in over 5 different theaters of war. You see, in this country, we have a declared war, but we fight so many other wars that we don't even declare. We just call them theaters of war. Sometimes we even call them skirmishes, or we may even give them the name like war on terrorism. It doesn't matter. Psychologically, it has the same effect on those who go out and fight and represent this country. It's my hope that Congressman Doug Collins will understand, him having worn the uniform, the importance of giving our service members preferential treatment when it comes to hiring. It's my hope that Congressman Doug Collins, former Congressman Doug Collins, will protect our service members. And I know at this time and age in this country, we need warriors up there, and I pray that Doug Collins will be one of those warriors for our veterans. Because we can't let DOJ come in and indiscriminately get rid of them. Our service members are much more than a number. They are so much more than a number. They have protected our freedoms. America would not be what it is today had it not been for those that served. Now, I'm not going to get up here and tell you all these names, but I can go on and on about the importance of their service to our country. And those of you in here that's worn a uniform, you know what I'm talking about. Mr. President, it is my hope, and not just my hope, that my prayer, that this country, this president, we understand the importance of service. Someone who never wore the uniform himself, and the importance that our veterans gave this country. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 49th. Speak to the
Thank you, Mr. President. I went over this morning and I talked to the majority leader for just a second, and I asked him to put a couple points in his speech about former Congressman Collins and our new secretary. And he told me he thought it'd be appropriate for me to come up here and talk about the secretary. I can't say enough about Doug. I'm going to refer to him as Doug for a couple minutes here. If I had to, I'm sure all of us have some favorite constituents. If I had to pick 5, he would land in the top 5. the secretary has been so good to me and my family my entire life. Even as I was a young child, his wife grew up what we call a stone's throw away from my grandparents, and as secretary and Lisa dated, they were oftentimes visiting my grandparents and befriending them. He is about as fair of a man as I know. He has worked tirelessly for our community there in Gainesville and Hall County for years. Like was mentioned here at the State House and then up in D.C. And he you know, as a young man and a young married couple, Shelley and I would go up to D.C. and lobby on behalf of agriculture and the things that were important to us, and he always listened. And he didn't always agree with us, but he always listened. He always talked to us, and he wanted to understand. When he got to D.C., he wasn't an expert by no means on H-2A workers coming over here to help American farmers, but he made himself an expert on that because it was important to Shelley and myself. As most of y'all know, this time of year you probably get to see in the news our peaches all over the state of Georgia. They're blooming right now, and they're at a very, very fragile stage of production. We get a cold morning right here, and we're liable to lose a crop overnight. Anybody from North Georgia all the way to Middle Georgia and South Georgia, we're kind of in a little a tight spot for the next couple weeks. And every single time that there's a forecast of cold weather, I'll get a text message from the secretary, hey, we're praying for you. On those cold mornings, about 6 o'clock, it'll be 28, 29 degrees, and I get another text message that says, hey, how you doing? Well, it's still below freezing, so we don't know yet, Congressman, but you'll be one of the first ones to know. I can't say enough about the secretary. I know that he's going to lead the Veterans Affairs like he's led and cared for folks all of his life. We were just recently, my grandfather died about a little over a year ago, and we're going through some pictures, and he just showed up in so many family pictures over and over and over again. Tall, skinny man, but we would have a picnic while the peaches were blooming, and he was just always talking to the different family members and different members of the community, making them feel so very important. Colleagues, I ask for you guys to support this resolution, and I want to thank the senator from the 51st for bringing this. I think it's very important. I'm just a little bit mad that I didn't bring it, but thank you. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator's yielded. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2012, I took a year off in the middle of law school, which is a strange decision, and I lived for most of that year in Nashville, Tennessee. I should say east of Nashville, near the airport, about a 20-minute drive from town, and I rented a room in an apartment I found on Craigslist. 2 conservative owners of the property who rented me a room. They asked me at the beginning, do you want to pay $250 plus variable utilities or $325? I said, I'll take the flat rate just to avoid the risk of conflict. Every night we watched Fox News. I sat on the couch, I drank in the information, and there was a lot of railing against government. Now, these are kind people. I spent the 2012 election night with those folks. They were drinking for one reason. I was drinking for another. But they were very kind to me. They welcomed me into their home. I lived there for several months. While Fox News was blaring on the TV about government, size of government, efficiency of government, the only fixture on the dining room table of this household was a Veterans Benefits Manual. Now, remember the iconic quote from yesteryear, keep your blank government hands off my Medicare. We all know that there is a gulf of understanding between the general concept of government efficiency and then on the ground the way that those details play out when real people receive real benefits. And we're watching that play out again. If you had passed this resolution earlier in session, I would have voted for it. I voted for the resolution to proceed out of committee. I think I may have even made the motion or seconded the motion. The reason I'm not going to vote for it today is because, unfortunately, Secretary Collins has shown us the trajectory he's going to take. I listened to a bunch of hearings in the offseason that the Veterans Committee held jointly with the House about benefits, application for disability benefits. Big conversation that we can debate reasonably over whether to allow private entities to charge a fee to veterans to allow them to apply for benefits. Why? Everyone's railing on the VA. Everybody agrees the VA underserves the veterans population, and that's at current levels of funding and staffing. Now, of course, in the last few years, several tens of thousands of employees were added to the VA to address things like burn pits. There was new relief for people exposed to burn pits. Those claims needed to be processed. But in general, you can't keep up with the pace of the demand and the need that is created for our veterans after they give, in some cases, everything, but for a lot of our surviving veterans, most is what they've given. Unfortunately, Secretary Collins has decided that he is a card-carrying member of the Doge crew, that he is on board with 80,000 cuts, at least 25% of the VA's workforce is veterans. So it's the jobs at the VA, but it's also the services that veterans receive. There are complaints about wait times, long wait times for care. Do we think that further slashing staffing is going to make those wait times any shorter? Natural logic, common sense suggests that they will be longer if there's fewer people to fill the need than there already were. And the Secretary has sort of hewed to that messaging that I described a minute ago that was on TV in Nashville. Fox News, big government, can't trust it, Biden, 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 shrink the workforce. But the town halls that some Republicans are going to and some are not are already reflecting what veterans think about these cuts. Veterans showing up and saying, you don't give a blank about me. And how easy is it to do messaging about veterans? How easy is it for any of us to stand up here and say, we're doing it for the veterans, our veterans matter? What are we doing about veterans' post-traumatic stress? What are we doing about persistent disability and those wait times? What are we actually doing? Well, the only offer that the current administration is making to them, now amplified by Secretary Collins, is slash and burn. And it's insult to injury that a bunch of 20-something-year-old tech bros with Elon Musk are the ones who are doing it. Secretary Collins has a long, storied history of public service in this building and in this state. I also happen to love the picture of him hugging Stacey Abrams, but that's a whole other conversation. He's a public servant. He deserves to be commended for his history of public service, and I would have voted for that. But our voters are demanding more of us right now. Public opinion has shifted. It used to be independents. During the first Trump administration, independents wanted Democrats and the minority to work with Republicans, cooperate. The level of change, the speed of change that is happening in our federal government right now has switched that alignment. Independent voters, recent poll, now want the opposition to fight the Republican majority agenda in Washington because they see what's happening, they see how destructive it is, they see how untethered from logic and the actual need of people like veterans that the change is. And they're not for it. So I'm sorry, but I need Secretary Collins to do more right now. I need him to actually fight for veterans and not salute the Doge flag and advance the interests unquestioningly of the Doge team in dismantling government that is on your kitchen table, but that Fox News is saying you got to drown in a bathtub. It's our responsibility in this room to think about that kitchen table and not about the drivel coming out of cable news. So with respect for Congressman Collins' history, I respectfully rise in opposition to the resolution. Thanks, Mr. President.
Senators yielded. Any other senator wish to speak for or against resolution? Anyone object to moving the resolution forward? Chair hears none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, enlighten the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 37 and the nays are 10. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Secretary, read SR 246.
Senate Resolution 246 by Senator Gooch, the 51st, and others, a resolution commending President Donald J. Trump and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, Chairman. Mr. President, minority report to Senate Resolution 246 has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, thank you for that vote on that previous resolution. I appreciate the bipartisanship support. I hope we'll get that in this one as well. I have hope, just as you should have hope for this country. And I hope by now you're looking at what I'm seeing on the screen, which indicates a problem in our nation. And I would say it's more than a problem. I say it's a crisis. It's a crisis in our country and our government that was not started last year. It wasn't started 4 years ago or even 20 years ago. But it's a crisis that we, the people, are fed up with in what's going on in our government, especially at the national level. Now, obviously, we balance our budgets in Georgia. Thank goodness we have a constitution that requires that. But the people in Washington, D.C. that are running our country don't understand what a balanced budget looks like. And I think it was 1992, in that time frame when President Bill Clinton was president, Newt Gingrich, a Republican Speaker of the House, worked together. That's a strange word in D.C. They worked together to balance our budget. But just look at the numbers rolling off the screen behind me. That is our future. That is the future of our children and our grandchildren. That's the future of our nation, but it's also the future of the world because the world leans on us. So what do we need to fix it? We need a strong leader in the White House, and I do believe we have a strong leader in the White House today. It's the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He was elected last November in a large margin. Not only did he win the Electoral College vote, but he won the majority vote and the popular vote in our nation. He was the second candidate in American history to be elected to the White House in 2 non-consecutive terms. He has appointed and nominated a record number of women, minorities, young adults, and individuals from diverse backgrounds to key leadership positions in the White House and the federal court system. Approximately 45% of his cabinet appointees have been women so far. Over 200 federal judges, including 54 appellate judges and 3 Supreme Court justices, who will influence our judicial system for decades to come. He has sealed the southern border of this nation to keep out criminals and terrorists, keeping our communities safer. Let's just talk about the drug problem in our nation, where 21,000 pounds of fentanyl was confiscated at the border prior to him being reinstated as president in January. This is enough fentanyl to kill 4 billion people. 4 billion people. This explains why fentanyl was the leading cause of drug overdose deaths since 2021 under the Biden administration. Imagine how much of the deadly substance is flowing into the streets of Georgia today, in this state, in this city. Imagine what it's doing to our young people. But thanks to President Trump, illegal border crossings have fallen 71% since January of this year. The invasion and the poisoning of our country has to end. Under President Trump's first term, we had a thriving economy. The real median income rose by over $6,400. For the bottom 50% of households, average wealth in this country more than doubled. He delivered the largest tax cut in American history for working families. Already in his second term, he's done great things. He remains committed to economic prosperity. President Trump continues to promise to slash taxes, to extend the American worker tax cuts, and he's already slowing inflation just in the last 8 weeks. This February, the Consumer Price Index only rose half of what it did under Biden, 0.2% versus 0.5%. He led the U.S. into energy independence for the first time in over 60 years under his first term, with initiatives like the Keystone XL and the Dakota Access Pipeline project. In only 3 years, domestic oil production increased by an incredible 47%. And the price of gasoline, remember the price of gasoline when he left office, was a record $1.87 per gallon. It is highly fitting that this resolution be presented to you guys today, and I hope that this body will join me and commend these pro-American policies, and we commend President Donald Trump, who has gained the confidence of millions and millions of American voters and workers. Mr. President, I'm going to stop. We could talk about this man for the next 4 hours, and I'm sure there'll be others that'll come up and try to dispute some of the things that I've said. But gentlemen and ladies, we need an America First policy that will move this country back in the right direction. We need policies in Washington that will slow down the rapid growth of debt that you saw on the board behind me this morning. You heard from Congressman McCormick this morning. If you were listening to what he said that the interest only on the national debt in this country is more per year than we spend defending our borders and our country and the U.S. military. Let that sink in. The interest expense for our debt is more than we spend on the military in the United States. That is not sustainable. It cannot continue. Hard decisions are going to have to be made by Democrats and Republicans. Bipartisanship is the only way to fix this solution, and I believe the leader of that White House that's in office today, Donald Trump, is the person that can get it done. And the American people spoke loudly November 5th. We need to support his policies. We need to move forward to make America great again. Mr. President, I'm happy to take questions, or I'll yield the will.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 26th. From Macon, Georgia. Tuskegee University alum. Huh? You want to go to the well. I'm sorry, Senator. All right. Senator from 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the leader yield?
I will for you.
Leader, thank you. There was some news coverage back, I think around March 2023, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had visited Georgia and that you were very impressed with him. Was that accurate news reporting at that time?
I am very impressed with the governor of Florida.
Okay.
Yes,
Senator, further yield?
I do.
Okay. There was some further news reporting in roughly January of 2024 that when Ron DeSantis had dropped out of the presidential primary, that a long list of Georgia state legislators then endorsed Trump, basically immediately, President Trump, and you were on that list. Is that also accurate reporting?
I think I've been on the list for President Trump for many times, many years.
Senator, yield for one last question.
I do.
Does the fact that Ron DeSantis had to drop out of the race before you endorsed the president imply that you supported Ron DeSantis over President Trump up until January 2024.
No, sir. In fact, when Governor DeSantis visited the state capitol back 3 or 4 years ago, he was just the governor of the state. He was not a declared candidate, nor did he even discuss running for office other than governor at the time. So he met with the entire Republican caucus that day, and we all listened to him and loved some of the things that he did in our state below us, our neighboring state, including lawsuit reform, which he's led on many other issues, and he's done a great job. So we believe he's done a great job for the state of Florida. They have eliminated their income tax, which we should be doing here as well. So I support any Republican governor that can bring those kinds of results to their state, and I look forward to doing some of those things here in Georgia in the future.
One final question, Senator,
Yes,
if that's
sir.
all right. How many commending resolutions and license plate bills do you think it would take to establish loyalty to the current president that he would believe?
That is a very unusual question. You know, I appreciate your support and help trying to get that license plate passed last year. Unfortunately, the House did not have time to take it up, but I feel encouraged that this year they will put America first, and we will get that to the governor's desk for signature.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for your help on that.
You have.
I will yield the floor and ask for your favorable consideration to this important piece of legislation.
The senator has yielded. There's a lot of folks signed up to talk here. You know, I think I could take a good wager and know exactly how this vote's going to go. But I'm not a betting man. That's correct, Senator from 36. But, you know, and we've had this debate before, and it is 1 o'clock, so, but if everybody wants to try to get their pound of flesh in, I guess we can let it go. But we got some amendments here. Secretary, read the amendments.
Mr. President, Senator Merritt, the ninth, and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Resolution 246 by inserting after line 34 the following. Whereas millions of senior citizens voted for Donald Trump, President Trump must prevent those seniors from falling into poverty by protecting Social Security and Medicare from devastating DOGE commission cuts. Mr. President, that completes the order. Mr. President, Senator Jones of the 10th offers the following amendment number 2 to amend Senate Resolution 246 by inserting before line 35 the following. Whereas President Trump routinely declares his love for veterans, his action should match his words and protect the 80,000 VA staffers from termination to preserve the health and safety of veterans in Georgia and across the United States. Mr. President, Senator McLaurin of the 14th and others offer the following amendment number 3 to amend Senate Resolution 246 by inserting after line 30, whereas President Trump's supporters want him to explore whether there is a legal option for him to run for a third term, and that completes the order, Mr. President.
For amendment number 1, Senator from the 9th, would you like to speak to your amendment?
This is why it's dangerous.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I rise today just to ask some simple questions. Whom and what does this resolution actually serve? The only other time that a resolution like this was passed in 2017, when this body did the exact same thing when Trump was elected the first time. And when matched up against presidents in my lifetime, both Dem and Republican, I don't see the need or the worthiness for him to have any type of acknowledgement or recognition. We've actually fired him during his last presidency. And even when we did change hands over to Biden and Barack and
George W. Bush. There wasn't some victory lap that needed to be made. You know, Bush didn't ask for one, Barack didn't ask for one, none came through this body before. But somehow there seems to be a need to keep lifting up a president that basically conned his way back into the White House. And I'm gonna put this aside for a moment, pretend that maybe this is some earnest homage to their president, put forward in some serious, meaningful way for consideration. But if Donald Trump deserves to be commended for anything, is how exceptional he is at being the worst president of all time. And I think that will pan out somewhere around 2026 when people realize everything, all the cuts, the job cuts, that the economy hasn't gotten better. It's going to happen somewhere around the mid-mark 2026. And it takes an elite level of erratic behavior to crash a stock market by over 1,000 points in one day. It shows real business talent to randomly fire people and then realize you messed up, so you got to go desperately hire them back because they were actually doing important work to keep everyone safe, keep our food safe. You know, federal employees that have spent their lifetime keeping us safe, defending the institutions that keep our nation going. And the actions we've seen lately, they have cost American households millions of dollars in savings, investments, and value, not to mention jobs. We can't hit that enough. Trump used to always talk about the deep state, but Trump has created a deep state that all of you are so afraid of, and it's Dodge. And back to the senator from the 26th, if you're scared, say you're scared. You're scared of your seat, you're scared to push back, say it. But that does not mean you need to concede to the policies that I think would ultimately hurt many of your districts and your constituents. And by conceding to Doge, I'm sorry. Is it Dodge or is it Doge? It looks like Dodge, the car, which, you know, his car is a whole nother thing. By doing so, he's handed the presidency over to a shadow government of billionaires filled with people who are stealing from working families, ruining our lives, and opening up our government to ideology that looks very closely to some white supremacist ideologies. And no other president has done that before or attached themselves to so many divisive policies like this. This resolution states that Trump has appointed and nominated a record number of women and minorities and individuals from all ranges of backgrounds in key leadership positions. I haven't really seen that. But I will talk about his efforts to dismantle the history of black veterans from our military institutions. The DEI attack on black Americans and the advances that we have made. What about his efforts to rip programming from schools, for allowing students from clubs to celebrate their backgrounds? We had a bill here that was an exact replica of what Trump policies are trying to do. Take the diversity away from our schools and punishing our schools who would like to celebrate that diversity and teach that diversity. And it's also interesting that this resolution doesn't mention his personal character. I think what bothers me as he's conned his way back into the White House, we keep forgetting the character flaws And that's probably because the majority party doesn't want to defend like insane statements about racial minority groups, immigrants, people with disabilities, or various other insults to certain populations. And let's not forget that he is a convicted felon. Convicted felon in our White House. Maybe, the majority party doesn't want to be associated with his horrific treatment of women. And to be clear, you voting for this resolution, you're commending a sex offender. He was found liable for sexual abuse and bragged about it on an audio about assaulting women. This is the person we're commending today under this resolution. I think we're in an unprecedented moment where we're not taking the full history of someone who is and who will continue to create chaos, division, and harm to working families, to women, and to our institutions. And sadly is reflective of the state of this majority party in this chamber. And to speak to my amendment, I have in my district a really huge population of seniors that are worried about their Social Security. They're worried about their Medicare. I'm getting calls and emails that they are concerned. So the point of my amendment here was to insert to prevent those seniors and to protect them. And I think if we're going to put this in the resolution, let's go ahead and insert my amendment here. I think we should just be mindful and think carefully about who we're praising in this chamber, why we're spending time praising. I get that your side of the aisle is happy he won, but there are also a number of constituents that are in fear right now, that are concerned right now, that are tired of the chaos. And to me, that is not reflective of a president that we should be honoring. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right, the senator has yielded. Senator from the 44th, you got a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 34th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, senator from the 34th is excused. All right, amendment number 2. Recognize the senator from the 10th to speak to amendment number 2. Secretary, read 1A while we're waiting on the senator from the 10th.
Mr. President, Senator Sessler of the 37th offers the following amendment, number 1A, to amend Amendment 1 to Senate Resolution 246 by striking on lines 6 and 7 the following from devastating Doge Commission cuts. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 14th, would you like to come speak to your amendment so nobody can find the senator from the 10th to speak to his? It's too late. Senator from the 14th, speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is pretty simple. It just adds a factual statement to the resolution that many of President Trump's supporters would like him to explore a legal option to see if he can run for a third term. Now, that's without prejudice to whether he can or not. I have my own legal opinions about that. So does the entirety of the constitutional law section of the bar. But I know that some of his supporters at least want y'all to look into it. So if you are opposed to letting him look into it, you can vote no. In general, I think that this resolution, I mean, I kind of made my point from my seat earlier, but look, I'll just do the age-old trick of quoting the chaplain of the day's words back to you. He warned you about appearances. He said appearances will take care of themselves, that God cares a lot less about appearances and the outward life than he cares about the inner life. I wrote down all his notes, but in the rush to come up here, I forgot to get his exact quotes. But I think he was very clear. I mean, this is the character poster on the wall that says your thoughts become your words become your actions, become your habits, become your character. And I think that this country has decided to sort of cauterize the wound of learning what President Trump's character really was back in 2016 when we were initially horrified by the Access Hollywood tape and what he said you could do to women just to grab them. A lot of Gen Z voters are not even aware that that tape existed because the country has so thoroughly moved on from the initial revelations about how bad President Trump's character is that most people decided it's just business as usual. Look, I can't even get a good audience for Trump Morning News anymore. I mean, the main reason for that, I think, well, A, my content has deteriorated in quality probably, but B, it's that we have so become routinized, that we've become accustomed to this routine torrent of news that the administration's violating court orders, firing veterans, firing nuclear weapons stockpile managers, then trying to hire them back, firing the bird flu people, that we're like, what's new? It's not really new. So all of our animal brains have adapted because it's just business as usual. Let's hope that this business as usual mindset doesn't carry us into a place where the administration violates not just district court orders, but Supreme Court orders, where the administration cracks down on protests in ways that become increasingly violent, that basically the administration decides to pursue unpopular policies, unpopular approaches, but then tinker with election processes to stay in power. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. I sure hope y'all know what you're doing. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
Do you have a couple questions? Senator from the 26th, are you wanting to ask a question? Or?
Thank you, Mr. President and gentlemen at the well yield.
I yield to the distinguished legislator of 50 years.
Isn't it true that Elon Musk took a contract from Verizon for $1 billion without a bid?
That's correct, Senator. What appears to be happening is that Elon Musk, as part of his, quote, efficiency effort, is taking actions to dismantle agencies that have regulated him directly, and he is also taking action against competitor contracts and viewing them as hostile. There are a lot of fancy political science words to describe what's happening, but the gist of it is just that it boils down to the personality of one man, President Donald Trump, and the billionaire, the unelected, unappointed billionaire who he has put in position to dismantle as much of the federal government as he wants, Senator.
Would the gentleman further yield?
I further yield.
Isn't it true that the Prince of Saudi Arabia killed the journalist Khashoggi and then turn around and lend $3 billion to Jerry Kushner, the president's son-in-law?
Senator, I think if you throw a rock near the Trump family, you will hit a $1 billion contract that Kushner or his associates are trying to obtain from a foreign government.
Senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, just a couple of questions, and I know that you are a big consumer of the latest late-breaking new developments on the national scene, the carnage that we're witnessing.
Unfortunately, yes.
And in light of that, I ask you if you had the opportunity to see any of the President's remarks when he spoke for more than an hour to the Justice Department over the last several days.
Senator, it's all a blur to me at this point, and I do my best to vomit the news when I come up here. Please enlighten me via question form if you'd like.
Thank you. Isn't it true that we witnessed live and in person for the employees at the Justice Department, but all across the various news outlets, that this president stated that CNN and MSNBC are just political operatives for the Democratic Party, and further, that he thinks they're illegal and they should be shut down.
Senator, President Trump has a long history spanning back almost a decade now of referring to news media as the enemy of the people, to talking about opening up libel laws to essentially chill legitimate press activity and speech by his detractors. In his second administration, he has accelerated that view of media, the Fourth Estate, and other institutions, such that, for example, under the unitary executive theory, he has decided the DOJ are his own personal lawyers, even putting one of his own personal lawyers in at the U.S. Department of Justice, U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., who is sending scare letters to private institutions threatening them to remove their DEI programs, among saying he will look into individuals who Trump thinks he's being treated unfairly by. So President Trump's history over the last decade, and further than that, has been a long and boisterous campaign of discrediting his detractors, discrediting traditional institutions like media and independent agencies of government, and bending basically every power that he can find towards the satisfaction of his own personal whims. I hope that answers your question, Senator.
That's a rather full and extended response. And my final question is, how long is it going to take, do you think, before countless members of the Republican Party that we know and are in relationship with, attend church with, do business with, appreciate here on the floor of our chamber? How long will it take? What line has to be crossed? Is it when CNN is shut down, MSNBC, when the studios are taken over? Is it when more people are snatched at midnight from their homes and put on planes?
Senator, can I be candid? I mean, it wasn't enough when President Trump mocked a disabled reporter. It wasn't enough when he pardoned thousands of, in some cases, very violent January 6th rioters. It wasn't enough when he said that he doesn't like people who get captured as prisoners of war because they're essentially suckers and losers. It wasn't enough when he called American cities and foreign countries words I can't say from the well. It wasn't enough when the Access Hollywood tape he said, grab women by the you-know-what. It wasn't enough when he appointed a wrestling superstar to the Department of Education to unconstitutionally dismantle it, notwithstanding all the federal money that supposedly we care about at the state level that comes to the states. You want to talk about a special session for tort reform? Let's talk about a special session to restore lost tens of billions of dollars in the event that the federal government gets its way right now and cuts off all manner of contracts and funding to the states. I sincerely believe, and I wish I weren't in a position to have to say this, that the Republican Party and the American people are not going to wake up until there is a trauma, a tragedy in this country that is way worse than COVID. You thought 1 million people dying was bad? Until people's pocketbooks are hit, not just marginally by tariffs, but dramatically, if we enter another big recession, if all of the veterans who, some of whom voted for President Trump, lose their jobs, lose their access to health care, the pain level is going to have to increase exponentially until we finally believe what the chaplain said this morning from the dais, which is that your words become your actions, become your habits, become your character, until we finally see materialize that his profound malignant narcissism that has been on display for decades is going to translate into me-centered policies that enrich billionaires and oligarchs at the expense of everybody that Trump couldn't give less of a whatever about. It's going to take that level of pain before this country gets to a point where it says, we cannot indulge this illusion that this self-made billionaire who actually got money from daddy and has stepped on every contractor and person who's ever gotten in his way is actually not here to help you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Thank
you. With that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Senator from the 10th, I believe you had an amendment. Would you like to speak to that amendment? Senator from the 10th. Floor is yours. You starting to act like a congressman. You know that?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am certainly asking for everyone's support on this amendment. It's a fairly innocuous amendment, and it's a way of protecting our veterans. And if there's no questions, Mr. President, I'll yield the well and encourage all of you to please support our veterans across this great country. They do need our support. Thank you.
Senator from the 37th, I understand it's your birthday today. Well, happy birthday. Come on down. Talk about your amendment.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Senate Resolution 246, Amendment number 1, I think, is something we want to divide the question on. The senator who offers this recognizes that millions of senior citizens voted for President Trump. And one of the things President Trump sought to do in running for president is to recognize that senior citizens for their lives have invested their own hard-earned dollars in the Social Security system. They've invested their own hard-earned dollars in Medicare for the expectation that it'd be there for them. And I think that's something the president recognizes and has never been in question. But what's raised here in lines 6 and 7 of the amendment is, I think, wrong. The senator who offers the amendment adds to that the reality that President Trump championed protecting Social Security for people, adds the words "from devastating DOGE commission cuts." Now that, my friends, is not true. That is a false premise. I will tell you that in spite of the fact that President Trump stands behind protecting Social Security and Medicare for those who paid into the system and expect a fair return for it, we do have $36 trillion of national debt, and the DOGE Commission is trying to do good work. In spite of some of the hyperbole that's raised, in spite of some of the turbulence that's being generated by those that aren't happy with some of the decisions being made, the proposition of the DOGE Commission to bring government efficiency to a government that is more than $1 trillion in debt, adding to the debt every year on an accelerating basis in a nation that every single citizen has $100,000 of federal debt attached to them as people. A family of 6 has $600,000 of debt attached to their family because of the rising federal debt. The DOGE Commission has a noble charge, and a charge that I think we should take very seriously. So, Mr. President, what I'm offering in Amendment 1A is to simply strike the words at the end of Amendment 1 that says, "from devastating DOGE commission cuts," and recognizes then, as Amendment 1 would, that President Trump was elected by millions of seniors and that he is committed to protecting Social Security and Medicare for those who've paid into it and deserve a fair return. Mr. President, I'd be glad to take questions.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, based on the amendment that we have in front of it, it seems like, do you agree that we need to protect seniors, Medicare, and Social Security? Do you agree to that?
Not only do I agree with that, but President Trump agrees with that.
Right, and so do you support the DOGE Commission cutting Medicare and Social Security in any way?
I believe the DOGE Commission should turn over every rock of government. If there's waste within our Social Security Administration, if the bureaucracy that administers Social Security could be administered more effectively to cut costs and allow more returns to go back to seniors who paid into it their entire working lives and deserve a fair investment, I think we should absolutely look at it. But I think the premise that President Trump's looking to undermine the benefits that come to seniors is a false premise, and I think Amendment 1, as offered by the senator from the 9th, sort of misportrays and sort of mischaracterizes it.
Do you further yield?
I do.
So would you be in favor of DOGE doing devastating cuts to Social Security and Medicare? Because that's, I think, what the amendment says, that we want to make sure that the president does not allow DOGE to provide devastating cuts to Social Security and Medicare. So by striking that, do you support DOGE doing devastating cuts to Social Security and Medicare?
Appreciate the question. Of course not. I think the language of "from devastating DOGE commission cuts" is a false premise. I think it supports the false narrative that Doge is looking under every rock of the federal government, looking for ways to achieve efficiency to better serve Americans, is going to lead to devastating cuts. I think it's a false premise. And I think adopting 1A recognizes that President Trump was elected by millions of Americans and should help them from falling into poverty. I think that's something that the president ran on. I think millions of Americans, seniors who perhaps voted for other Democrats in the past, trusted President Trump to apply common sense and protect our nation's economy, as opposed to the foolishness we saw coming out of California. And I think the language from devastating Doge commission cuts is a false premise that's deceptive and twists the very purpose that so many seniors, supported President Trump, because he's going to protect Social Security and Medicare and the donations they've made, the contributions they've made to it, but from their years of working, and expect a simple, fair return.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
With that, Mr. President, commend to you Amendment 1A and yield the will.
Recognize Senator from 31st speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think it's funny that the minority party, I think Trump's been in office for maybe, 3 months? Almost 3 months, and the minority party just gets up here and wants to erase the past like it never happened. It's kind of funny. At the same time, I think the minority party also forgets that blue-collar Americans are the ones who built America. They also forget that iron workers raised skyscrapers in some of the largest cities in America. The minority party also forgets that auto workers gave America's mobility and welders and machinists to put us on the moon. And last time I checked, many of those auto workers did not vote for President Biden. And for decades, politicians from both parties ignored these blue-collar Americans. They outsourced their jobs to Mexico and China and told displaced workers how to go learn code. If you don't understand the appeal of Donald Trump, then you are one of those politicians. If you don't understand why blue-collar workers want to put America first, it's because you fail to understand that their sons and daughters that fight our wars, they're not yours. Conservative Democrats used to understand these blue-collar values. They used to represent these voters, but conservative Democrats have systematically eliminated them from their party by the liberal elites who push radical social policies. Donald Trump found these abandoned voters and gave them something to vote for. We took the blue-collar worker agenda from the New Deal, got rid of the big government as we're doing now, and the entitlements, and we're putting citizens first. So for those that forget the accomplishments of the last 3 months because there's news anecdotes, or we want to talk about forget about the failures of the last 4 years. If we want to talk about America's failing and hurting, it's hurting because they've not been heard. They've not been listened to. The federal government has shoved rules and policies down their throats without having a say. Border security is the lowest it's ever been. It's down 94% from February, down 96% from the all-time high of the Biden administration. In one sector, illegal border crossings are down 99% over 2023. 99% over 2023. One of the single most issues that the minority party didn't want to defend, ran from it, and now want to act like they want border security because they lost an election. The Lincoln-Riley Act, we debated that here. American manufacturing. The United States gained 10,000 manufacturing jobs in President Trump's first full month in office, led by the auto sector, which gained the most new jobs in 15 months. This swift turnaround after losing an average of 9,000 manufacturing jobs per month in the final month of the Biden administration. I guess we have amnesia, right, minority party? Because that never happened. Rescuing Americans. President Trump secured the release of 6 American hostages in Venezuela, 2 Americans in Afghanistan, an American Israeli citizen in Hamas captivity, a Pennsylvania teacher in Russian captivity, an American citizen in Belarus, bringing the total number of American hostages released close to 11 and more coming home. But we never hear that talked about. And oh, by the way, the minority party's doing such a good job, we can't even find our U.S. senator when it's time to stand up for Israel and have that conversation. The Department of Treasury is sanctioning the international network of facilitating the shipments of millions of barrels of Iranian crude oil worth hundreds of millions of dollars to China. President Trump redesignated the Iran-backed Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. Do we forget what the minority party and President Biden thought of Iran? They thought they were allies, right? Or somebody going to come up here and say that never happened? President Trump signed an executive order to reinstate with back pay U.S. service members who were discharged under the military's Biden-era COVID-19 vaccine mandate. President Trump has done more for military veterans than some of us have seen in our lifetime, including my father, who served in Vietnam, was stationed in Korea, than some of the presidents going back to the 60s and 70s, or even the 50s, based on our circumstances around the world. And last time I checked, I'm sure there were a lot more veterans that went to Trump rallies than Biden rallies. Cutting the bureaucratic red tape, I think it speaks, just as my colleagues have talked about, we're cutting the government, just as your president did, President Clinton did back in the 90s, but we're going to do better. The United States Army saw its highest recruitment numbers in 15 years. Since the election, the U.S. Navy is on track for its highest recruitment numbers in 2 decades. The United States Air Force saw its highest recruitment numbers in 15 years in December, January, February, while the number of recruits in delayed entry program is the most it's seen in nearly 10 years. Law enforcement, the Justice Department dismissed the Biden-era lawsuits against police and fire departments over the use of standard aptitude tests, fitness tests, credit checks in their hiring processes. In the disaster response, President Trump revitalized the effort by FEMA to rebuild areas of western North Carolina that were ravaged by Hurricane Helene. President Trump overrode the environmental red tape limiting water available in California following the state's water failure system during this year's devastating wildfires. And if we forget already, I remember President Trump went to Los Angeles, went to Southern California, and the mayor of Los Angeles made all these promises to those residents, including the governor of California. How many of those residents have been able to build their homes back because they're being held back by the minority party and the Democrats who are running these states and running these local governments? The Trump administration has reopened a section of Interstate 40 recently in North Carolina and Tennessee, which has been destroyed during the hurricane 3 times faster and cheaper than expected. So as I close, Mr. President, we're going to hear more myths about the Trump administration. We're going to talk about why was he defeated in 2020 when he came back with a record-crushing electoral college victory across America this year. Because Americans demand more. They demand more than a president hiding or sleeping in the basement of the White House. And we also need to hold the minority party accountable and also ask, where's our U.S. Senator on these vital issues for Georgia? So, Mr. President, I yield the well and ask for Green to vote for this resolution commending the President of the United States.
Senator's yielded. Recognize the senator from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I stand in opposition to this resolution, and I'm disappointed that we're even spending precious time voting on this resolution. It should never have been brought to the floor. But But it's also not surprising given the political environment that we're in and the fact that the majority thinks that they have to continue to bend the knee to the president in order to get favor or preserve funding in Georgia or get an endorsement in next year's elections or whatever the motivation is. I could stand up here for several minutes, probably hours, fact-checking everything that we just heard. But I do want to highlight a few interesting facts, especially when I'm looking at the text of the resolution, one that highlights a record number of women and minorities in a wide range of key leadership positions. That is demonstrably false. Minorities in key positions in this administration are few and far between. In fact, they're rare. And when you talk about women, the first president to set that record was Barack Obama. And Donald Trump just matched it, far from being able to say that it's record-breaking. And then the fact that we cite the border, which colleagues, those numbers were going down already because President Biden had implemented border security measures that the president, current President Trump, stopped, by the way, in the middle of the election cycle because he wanted to make sure to win the election. Those measures were implemented, and we saw a dramatic decline that the president is all of a sudden taking advantage of for his political advantage. And I also want to comment on the fact that we heard about a record-breaking tax cut for working families. There was no record-breaking tax cut for working families. The tax cut from 2017 and the tax cut that this president is trying to renew was a tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. Working families, those making, we could use a high bar, those making under $400,000 did not receive record-breaking tax cuts. In fact, when you put all of the tax cuts from 2017 into one bill and look at it, it was not even the top 5 in U.S. history for tax cuts. But it is one of the most expensive tax cuts, not benefiting those working families, but instead benefiting billionaires who the president feels like he owes a lot to for his election. Colleagues, I want to make sure that I'm crystal clear on this. The decisions coming out of Washington under the Trump administration will leave a lasting negative impact on our economy, our institutions, and our communities right here in this state of Georgia. And what makes it even more troubling is the resounding silence that we've heard from Georgia's Republican leaders. Let's start with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC, headquartered right here in Atlanta, has long been a source of pride for our state. Yet the Trump administration recently slashed more than 10% of its workforce, much of which is right here in Atlanta. 1,300 Georgians lost their jobs. That's 1,300 families that will be struggling to make ends meet right here in our backyard. And the ripple effect is undeniable. From local businesses to our housing market, the economic toll is mounting. And then there's the devastating blow to biomedical research. The National Institutes of Health, which funds critical research at institutions like UGA, Go Dogs, GSU, and my alma mater, Emory University. These institutions are facing severe budget cuts, over $780 million in funding, along with nearly 12,000 jobs. The groundbreaking medical advances that we've seen in Alzheimer's, cancer, and other terrible diseases are at risk simply because the Trump administration chose to gut these investments in their fight against science. But it doesn't stop there. More than 170 Department of Education employees in Georgia are losing their jobs. Several hundred IRS employees in Georgia have lost their jobs. When we think about education, Down at the local level, you have several hundred teachers from across this state who are going to Georgia State University, have seen their funding in limbo. These are new teachers that were intended to fill teacher shortages across Metro Atlanta. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, the USDA delivered another gut punch, a food program which provided Georgia districts with essential funds to purchase food directly grown by Georgia farmers, was cut. Over 900,000 children in our public schools relied on those meals. Not only did this program ensure our kids had nutritious food on their plates at school, but it also supported our economy. And specifically, it supported our farmers and our ag economy. The USDA justified this decision by claiming that these programs were non-essential after the end of the pandemic. Y'all, the loss of this funding will increase food insecurity for our students while undermining the livelihoods of our farmers. At a time when the state's food banks are saying there's an all-time high in terms of need, including in South Georgia, where we have one of the most food insecure regions in the entire country. Now, what's the purpose of these reckless cuts? Because if you told me it was to eliminate the trillions of dollars in deficit that the congressman spoke about earlier today, then we could have an argument about it. If you told me that it was to close that deficit or to pay off the debt, then we might have an argument. If you told me that it was to redirect those supposed billions of dollars, which it turns out in reality is not as much, in savings to those in need, then we could have a debate. But no, the chainsaw that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are using is to support tax cuts for Elon Musk and Donald Trump, many of whom donated billions, millions of dollars to secure the election of Donald Trump. In fact, the House tax cut proposal that just came out a couple weeks ago would see an increased burden for working families. Think about that. Trump is doing this simply to repay his friends with a tax cut for putting him in office. So in the face of all this, I ask, where are Georgia's Republican leaders? Because the silence is deafening. Not a word of protest, not a call to action, just a commendation. No attempts to stand up for hardworking Georgians. Instead, a resolution to commend the president for his so-called leadership. Let me be clear, there is nothing commendable about undermining working families. There is nothing commendable about cutting vital jobs across this state. There is nothing commendable about leaving Georgia's most vulnerable children without reliable meals. We cannot afford to stand idly by while the people we represent across this state suffer. It's time to call out these harmful decisions and demand accountability, because the hardworking people of our state deserve leaders who will fight for our families, for our workers, for our farmers, and especially for our students. Leaders who understand that the strength of Georgia lies in the well-being of its people, not in empty political gestures, which seem to be coming out a lot from this chamber. So today, I'm calling on all of us, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to stand together and to demand that our representatives in Washington push back against these destructive decisions and to ensure that Georgia's voice is heard loud and clear. Because we should be leading with courage and with integrity, both of which the president does not have. And the people of Georgia deserve nothing less than for us to stand up for them. Colleagues, this resolution is a complete waste of time, and I call on you to vote against it. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Senators from the 21st, we're going to beat this thing to death, I guess. And we just pushing back committee meetings as we sit. They should have listened to me back in 2015. Senator from the
I will tell you,
26th.
Mr. President, I'll be quick. I want to thank the senator from the 51st for bringing this resolution. I support it. I appreciate you recognizing a great president, a great leader, and a great man. I want to thank the lieutenant governor, who was the first elected official to support President Trump back in, 2015. And in 2019, he introduced me to the president, and he ran his campaign in 2024. He was chairman of the campaign. I was chairman of a PAC called Take Back Georgia. And folks, I got to know the president. He loves our country. He loves his family. He loves law enforcement, and he loves capitalism. And I tell you what we did learn in 2020, leadership matters, elections matter, and elections have consequences. And we saw the disaster of the Biden administration. In this election in 2024, and the reason I fought so hard for President Trump is I laid it out. It was capitalism versus communism. It was law and order versus criminal chaos. And in the first 2 months of his administration, it hadn't even been 2 months yet, law and order is back, immigration's down, and capitalism is back. Because of President Trump's leadership, America is winning again. And Mr. President, I'll yield the will. Let's keep winning. Thank you.
Senator from the 26th, would you like to round this thing off for us? You know, I'm not going to agree with probably anything you say, but I'm going to enjoy listening to it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tell you, in 50 years of walking these halls in this Capitol, I've never seen anything like it. You see, I look at hindsight. What happened back then gives me the insight to move forward, which is foresight. And so if you don't have a history of what happened, then you don't have the insight to see how to go forward. Now here we're talking about a resolution. A convicted felon, a rapist, and it's all right with y'all. You're talking about somebody that cuts the Department of Education. I guess we go back to separate but equal. You talk about somebody who has an oligarch like Putin got in Russia that tells him what to do, how to cut it. He sends a satellite up, it blows up, and around the country you close down airports because the planes can't take off because debris is falling everywhere. But that's all right. You talk about what we saw on television. It ain't something somebody told us about the insurrection at the Capitol. People beating folks. People looking for Pence and had a noose outside said we'll hang him. The vice president. All started by the man in the Oval Office who watched it on television. Children, his own children called him, said, Daddy, tell him to leave. And he wouldn't do it. And he promised during his re-election. If he's elected on day one, I'll be dictator. That's what he said. Go back, get the recordings. That's what he said. And now he tells judges, if you don't do what I said do, there's something wrong with y'all and we need to investigate you. But y'all have this big organization where y'all vet judges and decide who's going to be a judge or a federal judge. I forget what they call it. In my older days now, I take Memory Pro, try to remember what's going on. But yet and still, we are up here debating this when we ought to be taking care of the people's business. You talk about Biden. You didn't turn back that infrastructure money that went to your boards, education, your Department of Transportation. You didn't turn it back. But oh, he was a bad president. But you didn't talk about COVID when the president of these United States refused to listen to science, to people being vaccinated. He fought it. Y'all forgot that? And people died. It's all about the money. That's all it's about. It's about the money. When Elon Musk can take $1 billion contract from Verizon and not even bid on it, when Elon Musk can sit in judgment of those folks who tell him whether or not Tesla is right in the automobile business. A president that seeks the Justice Department on the folks who are picketing Elon Musk. Well, I tell you, in 50 years, I've seen it all. And I'm telling you, hindsight, insight, foresight. Again, I said, all of you, you're supposed to be men and women of integrity. But yet, you're scared. If you're scared, just say you're scared. So when the voters go to elect you, tell them, I'm scared. Elon Musk says he will primary everybody that votes against Trump. Now that's what he said. When you had a border solution, a bipartisan border solution, and Trump told him not to vote for it. Then let me tell you something about America. People come here for a better life. For 10 years, I was in the bus transportation business. And I used to go to Nuevo Laredo, Texas, to pick up migrant workers who were coming here to work these agricultural fields. And on every payday, they would find Western Union to wire money back home. Because they had something to wire back home because they wasn't making very much where they were. And yet you talk about immigration. What's you going to do with the crops? You going to let them sit out in the fields and rot? We ain't picking them no more. We were the cheap labor. Let me tell you something. I went to a peach field one day. I'm from Toomersville, Georgia. That's across the railroad tracks when you get to Byron, Georgia. And I went out with my cousins one day to pick peaches. Went to pick a peach, a big old snake wrapped around the tree. I left the field immediately. And I said to myself, I'm going to get me a good education, a good one. And one day I was riding with my mom and daddy and saw this elderly guy had a backpack on him, unshaved, like I am today. And I said, Mama, Dad, what's wrong with him? Son, he's walking with everything he owned on his back. And so I said to myself, I want to be somebody. And the only way you can be somebody is to work at it. And here we are, talking about a president that tell veterans, I'm going to privatize the nursing home you in. You're not going to get the medical care that you deserve. And yet they fought for our freedom. I've never served in the military. 1969, I was there playing pool and shooting pool with the veterans in the wreck at Tuskegee. Like the flunked out of school. Got that letter to report and went to the Atlanta depot. Man, people were standing in line naked. I saw some guys had where the underwear was some leaves. I saw guys twitching. And the recruiter said, you going? Told me to bend over. I couldn't squat but so far. And they wanted to know why. I had a zipper on my knee. I had a knee operation playing football. You don't even have to worry about it. We ain't going to take you because you're a disability. I'm trying to figure out I'm playing football, how I'm a disability. Well, we're going to end up having to pay for that bad knee you got when you go in the military. So let me say this to you. Hindsight, foresight, and insight. Y'all better realize what's happening. You are giving up your independence as an elected official where you run in front of the public to say, I'm going to try to see about your best interests. Not your own interests, but your best interests. So again, I say to you, if you scared, say you scared.
All right, we're down to two last speakers here. Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about the constituents of Georgia's 41st district. My district, my constituents who do not represent the majority party, but in fact are a part of this minority party. Constituents who overwhelmingly, at 85%, voted for someone who is not currently the president. I rise to represent those folks. Folks who I consider to be my people, my family. District 41 is perhaps one of the most diverse districts in the state, with people from all walks of life, representing countries and religions from all around the world, of every economic status and occupation. The very fabric of Georgia, woven together with the beautiful colors of diversity, arms wide open to inclusion for all. diversity, and inclusion, the foundation of District 41. And now those are forbidden words. The beautiful District of 41, the beautiful people of District 41, they are refugees and immigrants who've spent years walking through our country's legal process to make Georgia their home and to contribute to our economy. My people, they are doctors and scientists, CDC workers who've dedicated their lives to keeping our country and the world healthy. My district, my constituents are teachers and librarians who spend countless hours with our children, loving them and helping them grow into kind and loving, accepting adults. We are veterans who sacrifice so much to protect our communities. Those are the folks of my district. The beautiful people of District 41 who within hours of Trump taking office have faced the devastating consequence of merely existing in our country, who through the execution of executive orders have lost their jobs, have lost their homes, have lost their ability to teach our children principles of inclusion and diversity and how to love their neighbors well. My constituents who have lost the feeling of safety and security and community, that has been the benchmark of our country's existence. And yet they have it no longer. I rise in opposition to this resolution because it's a direct slap into the face of my constituents. This resolution celebrates the current president's claim of keeping communities safe and ending the weaponization of the federal government, but it blatantly ignores the weeks and months of devastation that have plagued my constituents, my people, my district. The resolution symbolizes nothing but the callous indifference and outright contempt that the current administration has for those who have done nothing wrong. The refugees who face imprisonment and torture, the doctors and scientists who can no longer work to find life-saving cures for childhood cancer, the veterans who were promised employment and are now facing job loss, the teachers whose training grants have been sliced, the students whose dreams of higher education have been squashed. Those are my constituents, my people, my family. District 41 is a rich and diverse tapestry of our state's most beautiful and most resilient people. And I want to be clear that we will not slink away while this administration actively seeks to dismantle the very fabric of our being. We will continue to show up and speak out against the harms being acted by this current president. And we will survive and thrive despite it all. Because the people of District 41, and all of our colorful diversity, well, we will fight to the end to protect all of those who need a voice. So today and every day, I vote no on all legislation that seeks to reward harmful behavior at the expense of my constituents, my people, and all Georgians. With that, I yield the well.
Rounded off with the minority report, Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Colleagues, I just draw your attention to line number 7, where it talks about minorities and individuals from a wide range of backgrounds to key leadership position. Key leadership positions, Mr. President, that is a juxtaposition to line 25, where the 3 Supreme Court justices that were appointed by President Trump, none were African American. And so that is the juxtaposition to having this robust diversity, the opportunity to appoint a lifetime judge. I'm most certain that there are African American jurists that could serve on the Supreme Court that were and might be conservative, as we have seen in this administration, because on March 4, 1789, the Supreme Court was created, and there have only been, since 1789, 3 African-American Supreme Court justices appointed, so that is a juxtaposition. Line 12 talks about ending high inflation and making America the leading energy producer in the world. Mr. President, I would just ask the question to my colleagues in the majority, then why are folks' light bills sky high? Why are their energy bills high? Why are folks paying more for energy if we are leading as an energy producer in the world?
Lastly, Mr. President, lines 14 and 15 talks about executive orders, and this also is a juxtaposition. It's very ironic to hear my colleagues in the majority talk about the use of executive orders. When President Barack Obama was president, he was called an emperor for using executive orders, and it was called an executive overreach, and there was questions about the legality of President Barack Obama's executive orders and his use of such executive orders. The last thing that I will say, Mr. President, as I get ready to round this off to go to my seat, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, said, "Never have we ever used the ability to impeach sitting jurists based on a ruling that we don't like. We have an appellate court and an appellate process that we go through and use for that matter, because there are three separate and distinct branches of government. That is the legislative, that is the executive, and that is the judiciary. And if you don't like a ruling, then you go through the appellate process to challenge that ruling, and the president has a majority on this Supreme Court. And so if he wants to find out what that ruling is, then he should take that case to the Supreme Court. That has been the process that we have followed since the architects of our republic wrote that we would all be created equal and we would have all these undeniable rights for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so, Mr. President, I just ask that we be true to what we've said on paper. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. My grandmama always told me a lie don't care who tell it, and if you do tell a lie, sometimes you have to tell two more lies so that that lie will have legs to get up and walk. And as I close, Mr. President, if we truly, truly want to get to a democracy where everyone is treated equal, then we truly have to look at the things that are happening in our country. And if you see something wrong, you have to say something. You have a moral obligation and a sense of duty to speak out when you see injustices happening, and to gut the federal government and put people without their jobs without any rhyme or reason. It's not the American way. It's not American democracy. It's not who we are as Americans. We believe in due process. And so giving someone a 24-hour notice that they lose their job, well, what if their house goes into foreclosure? What if these things happen and you say, well, we're going to cut entitlement programs? Well, Mr. President, I just leave you with this. When we talk about entitlements, folks aren't saying that they're entitled to anything, but in order for the American society to work and be balanced in this capitalistic economy, you have to have poor people and people who are working at the bottom. And so before you call it an entitlement, I thought about this as I came to close. When we talk about folks who get a mortgage interest deduction on $1 million home, maybe it's about $750,000 over the course of that lifetime. They get to take off about $20,000 in their taxes. We call that a deduction. But if it's poor folks, we like to call that a credit. So maybe we should change the language and give poor folks deductions and give rich folks credits, because that's all they get is a whole bunch of credits. Credit on credit on credit on credit. And so if you truly want to say we want entitlements, then, Mr. President, we got to end corporate welfare and stop subsidizing billion-dollar corporations that are paying people pennies while also talking out of both sides of their neck. And we can't be the leading energy producer in the world if folks' light bills are sky high, if folks' grocery prices are sky high. And when we talk about the use of executive orders, if President Barack Obama was an emperor, then what does that make President Trump today? And the same majority party cried bloody murder are the same majority party folks saying, this is great, we love it, keep going. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well. This resolution is quite hypocrisy in my position, and I will vote no, and y'all know how y'all gonna vote, because, you know, maybe, Mr. President, the folks in this chamber, you know, get a good, strong backbone like I got from the second. I yield the well.
All right, Senator. The senator has closed debate. I think we would have voted the exact same way an hour and 20 minutes ago, but either way, we here. All right, here we go. We got amendment number 1A, authored by the senator from the 37th. Amendment number 1A. Is there objection to amendment 1A? There is objection. All right, all those in favor of 1A will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 29, the nays are 16, and 1A has been adopted. Okay, on Amendment 1, as amended by 1A, authored by Senator from the 9th. Couldn't read your writing, Senator. Senator from the 9th. Is there objection? There is objection. All right, all those in favor of 1 is amended by 1A, then we'll vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 14th, for what purpose you rise? State your inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that a vote against this amendment means a vote against guaranteeing that Social Security and Medicare won't be cut? Isn't that true, Mr. President?
Every senator is entitled to a red and green vote. On the adoption of 1 as amended, the yeas are 20, the nays are 29, and this amendment has failed. On amendment number 2, authored by the senator from the 10th, is there objection? We got objection. All those in favor of amendment number 2 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 2, the yeas are 17, the nays are 31, and this amendment has failed. All right, now moving on to amendment number 3, authored by the senator from the 14th. Is there objection? There is objection. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 3, the yeas are 18, the nays are 31, and this amendment has failed. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will vote aye. All opposed, no. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize Senator from the 2nd. For what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
President.
your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that everybody in the majority party voting for this resolution will rely on you to deliver it?
The senator knows of what he speaks. And on the adoption of the resolution to Singapore, the ambassadorship to Singapore, the yeas are 31, the nays are 18, and this resolution has received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Congratulations, Senator. Recognize the Majority Leader.
Whew. Well, with that being over with, Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned pursuant to SR 6 until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 20th.
Secretary, read the announcements.
Mr. President, the Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment room 450 in the Capitol. At 2:45, the Children and Families Committee will meet room 307 in the CLOB. At 3:45, the Appropriations, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Subcommittee will meet in Mez 1. Also at 3:45, the State Institutions and Property Committee will meet in room 125 in the Capitol. At 5 p.m., the Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee will meet in room 450 in the Capitol. At 6 p.m., the Government Oversight Committee will meet in room 307 in the CLOB. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Are there any other announcements? All right. So the Majority Leader has moved. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. Please go to your committee meetings. We've got a lot of House bills we got to sort through, so please go to your committee meetings. We're adjourned. Have a wonderful night.